here, ready, and wanting to work with our colleagues to get the government open, but to also make sure that our children, our seniors, our veterans have access to food, and millions of Americans have access to affordable health care. So today we rapidly all brought ourselves together this afternoon because today President Trump openly admitted that he is willing to defy court orders and illegally withhold food from tens of millions of Americans. He has the ability, let us be very clear, to pay full SNAP benefits within 24 hours, but he's choosing to instead let American families go hungry for his own political gain. We believe this is shameless, cruel, and as Democrats, we're not going to stand here while Trump cuts health care costs for millions of Americans or increases the costs and takes food out of the mouths of tens of millions. While Republicans continue to refuse to open the government, and in the face of the administration's cruel actions, we are here because we must prevent 42 million Americans from going hungry. That is why Jim McGovern and I were on the floor today and asked for swift passage of a Republican bill introduced by Representative Meeks Miller to fully fund SNAP during this shutdown. Unfortunately, Republicans have blocked their own bill to fund SNAP immediately and instead want to hold food hostage for millions of families who rely on SNAP to afford groceries. I want to introduce my colleague, Angie Craig, from the heartland of America, Minnesota, and ranking member of the Agricultural Committee.
Thank you so much, Debbie. This weekend, many of us witnessed our neighbors standing at pop-up food banks across our communities. People who are on the SNAP program who did not have access to their benefits because of this administration. Today, the president, in a cruel, heartless social media post, told those same people that they don't matter enough to him to even obey the law. These are single mothers, 16 million children. These are seniors, 8 million of them in our country. These are veterans who served and were willing to die for our nation. This was one of the most cruel acts that I have ever witnessed from a heartless president and a heartless administration. He said it on social media as if this was a completely normal thing to do. But he said the quiet part out loud. He's using food assistance for political leverage. Let me be crystal clear. This president is not a king. America has told him that. He does not choose whether he follows the law. He does not get to choose whether he follows court orders. Just as American seniors and children, the disabled and veterans who bravely served our country do not get to choose to suffer hunger in their own communities. The Trump administration must comply with the court order to partially fund SNAP. But even more egregious is that this administration has the opportunity to immediately fund all of it, and they are actively choosing not to do so. Those benefits could go out within 24 hours if the administration had not made this so difficult for the American people. What are we doing, folks? Where are we? 2 judges said fund SNAP. And this president wakes up on a Tuesday morning when his administration is about to get thrashed in elections across this country. And if you think we are not pissed off at this president, at this administration, for withholding food from hungry people. Now, I'm only supposed to have 1 or 2 minutes, but as the ranking member of the Ag Committee, I'm going to take a little privilege and say that little show by the Ag Secretary Brooke Rollins on Friday in this hallowed ground of the Capitol was disgusting. to call people who are on SNAP who need a little food assistance corrupt, to call out a program that has actually one of the lowest fraud rates in this federal government, 1.6%, that is disingenuous. That is corrupt. People are hungry right now, today. They don't know where their next meal is coming. We are here as Democrats. We are showing up. And where are they? My Republican colleagues complicit. Complicit, rooting him on from the sidelines while they're on vacation. My Republican colleagues, it's long past time to stand up to this lawless, heartless administration. And with that, I yield to the amazing ranking member of the Rules Committee, member of the Agriculture Committee, a true champion for hunger in our country, Jim McGovern.
Republicans' decision to withhold nutrition assistance is disgusting. It's immoral, it's wrong, and I can't think of an adjective that describes how cruel and terrible this administration is. Donald Trump talks about America first. Well, what about the 16 million American children who rely on SNAP? Or the 8 million American seniors who are worried, sick about where their next meal comes from? Or the 1 million American veterans who have to choose between health care and staying fed? Over 40 million people in this country rely on SNAP. These guys already cut $186 billion in food assistance in their big ugly bill to give every tax break and handout they can think of to greedy billionaires. And now they have the gall to tell everyday Americans that you have to pick between food and health care. I mean, who the hell comes up with that kind of sick, twisted choice? I reject it. I reject the idea that we have to choose. And I reject their belief that we can't afford to help feed American kids, seniors, and workers who are in need. Now he wants to pay out partial nutrition benefits. Here's an idea. Why don't we give partial tax breaks to millionaires and billionaires and give hungry people the food assistance that they need to eat? He found $40 billion to bail out a right-wing cuckoo clock in Argentina, but he can't find the money to help 40 million Americans who rely on SNAP make ends meet. How heartless are these people? Look, the truth is these guys don't give a shit about everyday people. They've never gone hungry. They don't even buy their own groceries, and they'll never have to choose between putting food on the table or paying for health care. They have private cooks and concierge doctors. This is all a game to them. And by the way, we still don't even know what the hell this administration is doing with benefits. I mean, this morning, as my colleague just stated, Trump posted on Truth Social that he would illegally withhold benefits. Now they're saying they won't. What I do know is that it's not that complicated. Now his press secretary is trying to walk it back. But here's the deal. Whatever they do, whether they pay partial benefits or no benefits, whether they choose half cruelty or full cruelty, here's what we know for sure. Republicans are choosing to go after nutrition assistance. Trump is doing this because he is a bad person. He's a lousy president and an even worse human being. He's weaponizing hunger and trying to rip food away from more than 40 million Americans, including 16 million children, for sadistic political leverage. How dare he? How dare he exploit the pain of hungry Americans? How dare he make working folks choose between health care and food? How dare he starve poor children who go to bed hungry? These people are sick in the head. They take food away from poor folks on Friday, and then they go to church on Sunday and proclaim to be good Christians. I'm not sure where in the Bible it says that starving children makes you a good person. I must have missed that part. But my faith tells me something else. It tells me that there's a special place in hell for people who rip food away from hungry families. And if my Republican colleagues continue to use poor kids as political leverage, if they continue to make it even harder for working folks to get by, if they force Americans to choose between health care and food, then cruelty will be their legacy, and they will have no one but themselves to blame for the pain they've inflicted on the American people. Because in the richest country in the history of the world, no one should worry about where their next meal comes from. And with that, I'm now happy to yield to the ranking member of the Foreign Affairs Committee, my good friend Greg Meeks.
Thank you. Thank you for that inspiring and truthful words. And that's what we need here is the truth. And I think that what we've been able to see here today, where the President of the United States and where the Republicans really are, and what they are really doing and not doing here in Washington, D.C., as families across the country struggle to make ends meet. They're not making life affordable. That's what the president talked about when he initially ran. We're going to make things affordable. They're not making sure that people receive the kind of care, health care, one of the reasons why this government is shut down by them. What they're doing is taking away food, taking food out of the disabled's mouths, taking food out of seniors' mouths, taking food out of children's mouths. That is what they're doing. And that's what we've got to deal with. And that's why we've been here week after week waiting for them to come back to the table. When have you ever seen, in the middle of a shutdown, a president of the United States, instead of sitting in the White House, bringing people together to try to figure out how do we work together to have a bipartisan solution? It has never happened before. This president has spent more time on the golf course than spending time with leaders here to resolve this issue. This president has spent more time around the world. Most times when people around the world, even presidents, have serious business around the world, but when there's a domestic problem, they say, I've got to get up and come home and try to help resolve the issues that are before us. Not this guy. Not this Congress. In fact, he showed you. We said that, and he lies. That's what he does. And that's not something that I'm just saying. You know, just go back to 2016. That's what Marco Rubio said. He was a liar. That's what all of the lead Republicans said right now, that he was a liar. And he's lying again. Even when you're talking about negotiating something, he doesn't intend to. We've seen it in his big, ugly bill. There's been shutdowns before. Never in the history of this country where there was a shutdown was there ever any threat to stop SNAP. Only with this immoral president who thinks he is king. In fact, what Trump said goes directly against what his own USDA was saying just hours ago, and is what his own press secretary said afterwards. With this administration, there's never order. It's just chaos and confusion. And so by choosing not to fully fund, and if you listen to him, not to fund, because we know now he doesn't want to fund SNAP. What the Republicans are doing, they're cutting the assistance, as indicated, of 42 million Americans. You know, I look at my district alone, 80,000 households rely on SNAP for nutrition and assistance. And at a time when the cost of a dozen eggs is at an all-time high, and people are already struggling to feed their families because of his tariffs, driving up the cost of everything, inflation increasing, and now he comes here, he reveals who he is. So I think that the American people are getting a glimpse of what we see and have to deal with every day. And I think that anytime you have someone that's leading, you got to look at the co-conspirators behind them. And that is the members of the Republican Party who refuse to come back here and on the floor and to work together to get this done. They are as guilty as he is, and they're going to pay for it at the polls. But we are going to stand. We're going to stand with the poor. We're going to stand with the neglected. We're going to stand with the disabled. We're going to stand for all of the American people and not play politics and cause them to have hunger and cause people to die. This is not a game. This is serious. Lives are on the line. We will stand. Where are my Republican colleagues who're supposed to put the Constitution first and the people first? They're not to be seen.
Andrea, you're next. Good afternoon. This morning, President Trump said that he will only distribute SNAP benefits when the government reopens. He said this despite a federal judge ruling that he must use emergency SNAP funding to make sure that families do not go hungry. If there is one message that I want you to take away from today, it's that this president is willing to break the law to starve people. I'll say that again. The president is willing to break the law in order to starve people. Over the weekend, I had the chance to visit with people in my district, Danielle and Raven, who are trying to get ahead. They're working moms, trying to put food on the table. I visited Marion Polk Food Share in my district, and when I spoke to their staffs, it's clear families are hurting. More than ever, people need help putting food on the table, and at the same time, there's less food to go around. And so when children, seniors, veterans are hungry, what is the president's response? Does he send a $40 billion check to those families like he did to Argentina? No. He says, let them starve. To the 42 million Americans, including over 100,000 people in just my district alone who rely on SNAP, who rely on $6 a day worth of food, here's what I want you to know. The president and the Republican Party have decided that it's necessary for 42 million people to go hungry as a political tactic. They believe that you are not deserving of help, and they're willing to break the law to make sure you don't get it. But my Democratic colleagues and I are here to tell you, they are wrong. You did not do anything wrong. You do not deserve this cruelty. Hunger is a policy choice. You deserve support. You deserve to be helped. And everyone up here is willing to fight like hell to make sure you get it. Thank you. Next up, I am pleased to welcome my colleague from Delaware, Congresswoman McBride.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Representative Salinas. I stand here today on behalf of more than 100,000 Delawareans who rely on SNAP to put food on their table and who have seen their lives thrown into chaos and uncertainty because of the cruelty of Donald Trump. No matter our politics, we should agree on this. No child in America should go hungry. But right now, Donald Trump is choosing to withhold life-saving food assistance that millions of families rely on just to get by. In Delaware, I think of a 25-year-old mom from Laurel who's about to bring her first child into this world. Her doctor told her that she couldn't keep working at the chicken plant so late in her pregnancy. So now she's without an income. She is doing everything right, but she's left wondering how she'll afford the next meal for herself. That's what these programs mean. They're not handouts, they're lifelines. They help working families bridge the gap between a paycheck and a pantry shelf. If the Republican Party is truly pro-family, they would join us in demanding that this administration fully fund SNAP. If they were truly pro-life, they would work with us to solve this healthcare crisis. But instead, they are nowhere to be seen. Donald Trump has the full legal authority, and let's be clear, the legal obligation to fund SNAP right now. He could feed 42 million Americans today, including millions of children, seniors, and veterans. If he wanted to feed the hungry, he would. Instead, he is choosing cruelty over compassion. And families in Delaware and across the country are paying the price. Every parent, every neighbor, every community deserves better. And all of us will continue to keep fighting until no one in this country has to wonder where their next meal will come from. And with that, I'd like to yield to a co-chair of the Steering and Policy Committee, my friend, Representative Robin Kelly.
Thank you to my colleague. Thank you for everyone for being here. There are nearly 190,000 people in the 2nd Congressional District of Illinois that depend on SNAP. So nearly 1/4 of my district, urban, suburban, and rural, that are going hungry. We need these funds released, not next week, not next month, but now. As you've heard, he found $40 billion to bail out Argentina, $300 million for his ballroom, and I don't believe that's coming out of his pocket. It is okay with him that children starve, veterans starve, seniors starve, and people with disabilities, that the money is not there for them. We talked about the judges that said, feed the people, let the money go. He's a convicted felon. He doesn't care what the judges say. And I want to tell people, we are all in this together. Whether you're on SNAP or not, if people can't buy groceries, that affects the large stores and the small stores. They won't need as many people working there. They won't need as much food. So the farmers lose out also. We are all in this together. It's not about the other guy. It's about all of us. And with that, I'd like to introduce my great colleague from the great state of Pennsylvania, Chrissy Houlihan.
Thank you so much for the chance to talk to you. I'm struck by two images. One is the opulence and disgustingness of the party that was held at the Mar-a-Lago last week or this weekend. A Great Gatsby, let them eat cake kind of moment. And the other is a visual that I can't get out of my head of the Grinch. And the Grinch, as you all remember when you were children, slithering down the Christmas tree to take everything away from that family, including Cindy Lou Who's candy cane. It's really hard not to understand or see that this is exactly the same image that's happening, but it's not her candy cane, it's her dinner that's being taken away right now. Next week we will be celebrating Veterans Day, and I'm here to talk about veterans, where we celebrate the long time honored tradition of the contributions of people in uniform that they make to our nation. Unfortunately, the Trump administration has apparently decided that this Veterans Day, we're going to let 1.2 million veterans across this country, about 60,000 across my home state of Pennsylvania, go hungry rather than honor them for their service. And just today I received some testimonials from veterans in my office, and I will quote them. I'm unemployed and my family of four just lost SNAP. My wife is on disability, and I've started dipping into my 401k just to cover my bills. Another one today. My family's been to multiple food banks just to eat, while Congress still gets a paycheck. And I'd like to point out that we're all here, and I haven't seen a Republican all day. They're sending military households to not be able to. 13% of military households rely on these programs as well. So right now, today, there's a $5 billion contingency fund sitting at the Department of Agriculture that could be used to pay these benefits and pay them now. Something that this administration apparently has no interest in doing. They did, however, have the time to spend in fighting this in court, which they, by the way, lost. And even just in the last few days, they've said again, they will comply, they won't comply. Now they say they will again, or will they again? This reminds me very much of Grinch, you know, on again, off again, in again, on again, around again. Those kinds of words just roll through my head. Regardless of what Trump is saying now, the end result is the same right now. Vulnerable people in America and our veterans and armed service members are struggling. These are real people. Hunger isn't about politics, it's about principle. We demand that we are met here by our Republican colleagues, that they unfreeze the money and that we unlock this government now. With that, I have the opportunity of introducing co-chair Debbie Wasserman Schultz.
Thank you.
He's here. Yes, yes, excellent.
Thank you so much. Thanks everyone for joining us. Yesterday I had an opportunity to meet with three remarkable women who all sustain their families, and in one case herself, on food assistance coming from the SNAP program. Flordanza, Annette, and Sheba shared their stories with our whole community at a news conference. Sheba is this month having to choose to cut back on her rent payment so that she can at least put groceries in her pantry for her family and her teenage son. I've raised a teenage son who's now a young adult. I know how much food they eat. And Annette is a senior living only on Social Security. She could not get through her remarks without bursting into tears because she only got $100 a month, and not having that amount of money, that small amount of money, she doesn't know what she's going to do. It helped a little bit so that she could make sure she could go to the grocery store. And Flor Danza, because of the big ugly law, had her had her SNAP benefits cut from $200 a month to $23 a month. And now, even if Trump decides to pay that benefit from the contingency fund, which the court ordered him to do, she's going to get $14 for a family with children. There's no other way to put this. We're here to stop this push to turn the Republican shutdown into Trump's Hunger Games. That is what this is about, and there's no other way to put it. Donald Trump's brazen defiance of our courts is lawless, cruel, and immoral. And I know we shouldn't be surprised by anything that Jeffrey Epstein's best friend in the White House does anymore. This guy builds Gildan ballrooms as he snatches food from the mouths of children. He and his Republican enablers drive up health care coverage costs as they gut Medicaid and raid Medicare. Then they shut down our government after stuffing massive tax breaks into the pockets of billionaires. Now Trump viciously withholds food from moms, seniors, and veterans despite court requirements that he help them. The stress and suffering that Republicans are inflicting on millions of Americans is unmatched in our lifetimes. Healthcare premiums are doubling. Prices are higher across the board. Federal employees who are furloughed are without pay for a month and now must endure threats that Trump will even snatch this back pay from them. And all of our families just witnessed the Trump trick-or-treat tax when they bought high-priced Halloween candy. Thank you, Trump, for those outrageous tariffs, the tariff taxes. Now Trump wants to steal sacred family Thanksgiving meals from 42 million Americans. Instead of making life easier and more affordable, Republicans inflict nonstop stress and higher costs on all of them. Well, Democrats will not stand quietly and idly by for this mayhem. We're demanding action now to reopen the government and lower the high cost of living, especially for health care. We know the American people deserve better, and that's why we're here to do actual work and to quickly reach a bipartisan deal that reopens the government. No more my way or the highway. Get your asses here to the Capitol, sit down at the table, and help us work this out. This is unprecedented that they are AWOL. We're ready to negotiate a plan that makes health care more affordable, drives down the cost of living. What we will not do is idly watch Trump and Republicans weaponize hunger and make 42 million struggling Americans play pawns in his ugly Hunger Games. And with that, I'd like to introduce my colleague on appropriations, Betty McCollum from Minnesota.
Thank you, Debbie. So there are a couple of appropriators here, and I'm going to get in the weeds for a second and talk about something called appropriation law. The bill on the Hill, you're all familiar with it. The House passes a bill. The Senate passes a bill, you go to conference committee, the administration sits in on the conference committee, and the bill gets signed into law. Folks, there's an appropriations law that says no child, no senior, no one should go hungry in this country. But the president has decided, once again, that he's above the law. Now, I was relieved being with my Attorney General, who was part of, Keith Ellison, who was part of 23 other Attorney Generals and 3 governors. That was part of one of the court orders that said release the funds, pay out the benefits. You don't have the right not to do that. We were relieved. We weren't real happy that they were going to maybe be partial. They don't have to be partial. They can be full. Another little thing in appropriations law. But then a tweet on what's something that's called Truth Social. How about the truth? The truth is right. The law is being broken. The judges told you you were breaking it, Mr. President. Get the funds out to the people who deserve them. But make no mistake, this doesn't come as a surprise to my colleagues and I up here. SNAPs and cutting SNAP has been a goal of President Trump. Just look at Project 2025. It laid out there massive cuts to SNAP, the big beautiful bill, as some of my colleagues have pointed out, an $18 billion cut to SNAP for this year and for the next 9 years afterwards. And then, in the Republican agriculture bill, which is awaiting to even be heard on the floor of the House after a conference committee with the Senate, That had another cut to SNAP, $4 billion. So that the fact that the president is going back on what we thought they had agreed to with the course to do it comes as no surprise to us. I just have one comment. Mr. President, follow the law. Mr. Speaker, bring the House back to order. And with that, I would like to introduce a dear friend of mine, Ms. Deborah Ross.
Well, you've heard it. Speaker Johnson has not called the House back into session. This Congress, not anybody here, passed the big ugly law that started the cuts to food assistance, and things have only gotten worse. I know that we're talking about a government shutdown, but the folks here, when we're not here doing the work that we're supposed to do, actually talk to the people we represent. We talk to people who are losing their food assistance. We visit food banks. I went to visit a food bank in my district, and they talked about how bad things have gotten since Trump took office. As you've heard, the big ugly law cut food assistance by 20%. That was before the shutdown. They passed that down to our states, and many of our states have a state legislature that won't take up that food assistance. Then we have the tariffs, raising the price of food. The food banks in my district have to feed more people with less money at higher prices, and they can't even get the same kinds of donations that they did. And that was before the government shut down. And then the government shuts down. Mike Johnson, AWOL, completely AWOL. And SNAP starts to run out. But as my colleague, Betty McCollum, said, Congress thought about that in advance and put together a contingency, a law that says that people get fed. And what did Trump do? Ignore the law yet again. Then he gets sued. He loses yet again. And then he says, I don't care. It is time that he and his administration are held accountable. It is time that Mike Johnson calls us back into session, and it is time that we do the work of the American people. I am now going to turn it over to my good friend from Maryland, Glenn Ivey.
Thank you, Deborah. Thank you to my colleagues. I just came from my district, which is about 5 miles east of here, and had a chance to talk to a number of my neighbors, frankly. One of these events was in my town. I had neighbors that were standing there trying to figure out what to do, how to make ends meet. They'd lost their jobs, they're on furlough, and earlier, just before that, I was at a food bank. And we had the line around the corner. We had people standing in line, some of whom I recognize. In fact, one of the women in that line used to work for me when I was the state's attorney in Prince George's County. And she was embarrassed to be standing in that line, having to come and get food. But I said, you know what? This isn't on you. This isn't your fault. This is the fault of the Trump administration and the Republicans. They brought this on you. They brought this on the American people. The SNAP issue they brought on 42 million Americans, and they should be totally ashamed about it. And the court said pretty much the same thing. They said what you're doing is illegal. There's a fund there that you should be using to make sure we don't have hungry people have to skip meals, veterans, elderly, children. Use the money. You're legally obligated to do it, and he's still trying to dance around and find a way not to do it. One of the ladies I talked to today, she said, you know, Mr. Ivey, these guys are even worse than I ever imagined they could be. But you know what? We're stronger than they thought we were. And we need you to be just as strong as we're being. These are people who are hungry. These are people who've lost their jobs. These are people who are worried about losing their health insurance. We're going to stand firm and make sure that does not happen. We're going to fight back. We're going to make sure we force the Republicans to come back here. House Republican leader Speaker Johnson, I don't know, his photo, we need to put his photo on the side of a milk carton or something so we can find where he is. Maybe he's in the witness protection plan, I don't know, but they need to get their asses back here and do the job they're supposed to be doing. I've got furloughed employees in my district who are not getting paid. They want to do their job. Some are doing their jobs. The only federal officials who should not be getting paid are the House Republicans because they've been absent without leave, and they need to get back here and do their job. So with that, I'll stop. I want to introduce Madeline Dean, my colleague from Pennsylvania.
Hi, I'm Madeline Dean. I represent Montgomery and Berks County, suburban Philadelphia. I want to just start with what I've been starting with for the last 10 months. What we are going through is not normal. We cannot normalize this grotesque administration, the lawlessness, the corruption, the incompetence of it. Take a look at the newspaper today. Top headline, administration won't fully fund food assistance as it comes back from its weekend with the Great Gatsby themed party in Mar-a-Lago, and as he's designing his Great Gatsby themed ballroom. Apparently the president never read the Great Gatsby because things don't turn out so well for the gilded folks in that story, as beautifully as it is written. My governor, Josh Shapiro, joined the lawsuit with the attorneys general and 2 other governors. The 2 lawsuits declared that the president must fund SNAP. He must use the contingency fund. But why would we even be having to ask this president to make sure that our children, our seniors, our veterans who rely upon SNAP resources, the little that they are, be actually funded? Why in God's name would we have to do that when we have a president who somehow found $40 billion for Argentina? I'm newly an appropriator. We didn't appropriate that. He found $40 billion here. He can't find $9 billion to feed hungry Americans. In my district, 51,571 people rely upon SNAP. As you've heard, it is children, it is seniors, it is veterans. I've met with them. 75,000, roughly 10% of my suburban Philadelphia district, will go hungry any night. 10% of folks in the richest country in the nation. And yet we have to plead with a president and his corrupt administration to release the resources when he's happy to release the resources for his friends. In Philadelphia, I wanted to compare it, my neighboring city, 450,000 people rely upon SNAP. That's generally $2 a meal per day. We're not talking people getting rich on this. This is the basics. And I have visited, like some of my colleagues, I've visited food pantries in my area. As a result of this incompetent, corrupt, tariff-laden administration, before the SNAP benefits ran out, they were having a hard time stocking the shelves because the costs of food are so great. So what I want to say is, Mr. President, do your job. Get back here. Make sure you fully fund SNAP. And Mr. Speaker, you have had this place shut down since September the 19th. For those of you who think we're about 35 days into it, add another 11 days because he chased us out of here and all his Republican buddies because Epstein was brewing. They got that CR passed that none of us voted for, and they chased them all out of here. So we are 40-some days into this shutdown of your own making, Mr. Speaker. Get your folks back here. House Democrats are here, ready to do the job. And now, it is my privilege to introduce my colleague, Sarah Jacobs, from the great state of California.
Well, thank you. So, like many of my colleagues, I was home in San Diego this weekend and went to multiple food distributions hosted by the San Diego Food Bank and Feeding San Diego. I'm so proud of how our local community and communities across the country have stepped up in the absence of leadership from the federal government. But let's be clear, it shouldn't have to be this way. It shouldn't take a court order to force the federal government to feed 40 million Americans. And then the federal government shouldn't fight and slow roll the court order. The federal government should have done this already. In fact, we should have already addressed the crisis that 40 million Americans rely on food assistance to begin with. Americans need a social safety net that actually works. Meanwhile, a new report came out just this week that the 10 wealthiest people in the United States have seen their fortunes explode by $700 billion since Donald Trump took office. The gap between the haves and the have-nots is growing wider every day under this administration. Case in point, while the administration was fighting against paying for SNAP this month and families at home wondering how they were going to put food on the table, President Trump hosted a roaring 20s party for his millionaire and corporate friends, complete with burlesque dancers posing in massive martini glasses. This is outrageous. The administration needs to follow the law. They need to abide by this court order and feed the American people. And honestly, rich people need to pay more in taxes. And I say that my grandfather founded a Fortune 500 company, and I believe that my family and families like mine should be taxed more. We should not have two different Americas, one for the rich and one for the poor, where the rich get even bigger tax breaks and the poor work 2, 3, or even 4 jobs and still are not able to put food on the table. This is a crisis, and we need to address it now. With that, I will turn it over to my very good friend from Kentucky, Morgan McGarvey.
Already 1 in 5 kids in this country is going hungry. And here we have Donald Trump. He's using food as a weapon. He is using starving kids as his political pawns. It is wrong, it is cruel, and it is a choice. It's a choice because we know this president does whatever he wants to. He'll tear down the East Wing of the White House. He'll find $40 billion and bail out Argentina. It's a choice because Congress put the money there. We said we don't want kids in this country going hungry, and so we put money aside so that no matter what happens in Washington, there will be money there to feed people. It's a choice because the courts agreed with us, and they said he has to spend this money. But does he care? No. Does he care about the courts? Does he care about the laws? Does he care about kids? No. He got on his jet, he said screw him, and he flew down to his private club. But while he was at Mar-a-Lago, we were at the food pantries. We were at the can drives in our communities. I went to the homeless shelter in Louisville, Kentucky, and guess what? The shelves are already bare. I went to a preschool where they have to set out food. Those shelves were bare. Dare to Care. It's the premier anti-hunger agency in Louisville, Kentucky. It was established the day before Thanksgiving in 1969 because a child in Louisville, Kentucky starved that day. And a group of ministers said, we're never going to let that happen again in our community. Dare to Care is doing amazing work, but we get $16 million in SNAP benefits to Louisville every month. Dare to Care's annual budget is $14 million. Recently, their line was around the block and they had nothing to give out but fruit and vegetables. I was at a can drive this weekend. We had people show up, every age, every race, from every zip code. We gave them food with no questions asked. They didn't just say thank you. The look on their faces and in their eyes showed how much they are struggling and how much they appreciate it. To Donald Trump, come to Louisville, Kentucky. Look those people in the eye and tell them you've made the choice to take away their food, that you want them to choose between getting a meal or going to the doctor. It's wrong. It's cruel. And we need the Republicans to come back to Washington, to open up this government, to get people to so they can afford their health care, and tell this maniac president that he has to follow the law and spend the money so we don't have more kids go hungry. With that, I want to turn it over to my good friend and a champion for working families, Val Hoyle.
So, for the past 2 weeks, this administration has gaslit the American people as they lie over and over again about whether or not they have the ability to fund SNAP. Let's be clear, no other administration in the history of this country has chosen to not fund SNAP benefits to starve hungry people. $6 a day they can't find money for. But they can find $350 million to tear down the East Wing of the Capitol and build a ballroom. They can find $40 billion to bail out Argentina while selling out our farmers and ranchers. Tens of millions of dollars a day for ICE, who are going after not the criminals, but ordinary, hardworking people, American citizens, people that are here legally. They can find money for that. $170 million for Kristi Noem to buy 2 new private jets.
Why did she need 2 jets? You can only use one at a time. So they want to blame Democrats, but look around. Republicans are not here. They refuse to show up at work. In their Republican budget bill, just cut SNAP's budget by nearly $200 billion. And they want us to check the box and say that's okay. They could use some lessons about the dignity of work because they wouldn't know the dignity of work if it hit them in the face. Where are they? If they were here, we could negotiate opening up the government again, paying hardworking federal workers, our Capitol Police, our air traffic controllers, our TSA agents who are showing up to work, not getting paid, and using food from the food pantry. I went to food banks like everybody else here, and I was in Coos Bay, Oregon, and the woman at the food bank said, by the end of the month, I wonder how many mothers are going to pretend they're not hungry while they give their food to their children so that their children don't go hungry on 1 meal a day. This is absolutely fundamentally wrong. This is a fixable problem, but the Republicans think that the more pain they cause, the more the American people will blame the Democrats. This isn't about blame. This is about feeding hungry people. And most people on SNAP who can work, do work. They show up and work while we subsidize corporations that got giant tax breaks in the House Republican budget bill, but pay their workers starvation wages. So, if you're working class, you don't matter to these people who haven't shown up. So to the working men and women of America, we say this: do not believe them, do not listen to them. We see you, we are fighting for you, and we are here. And with that, it's my honor to turn this over to Representative Hillary Scholten from the great state of Michigan. Not as great as ours.
You want to go? Yeah. Yeah, absolutely. Actually, Marilyn Strickland is next in the order. I'm going to let her go. It's okay.
Well, thank you to all of my colleagues who stuck this out. And I'm not going to repeat anything that was already said, but here's a very important point I want to make. Access to health care and access to food should not be a partisan issue, because the people affected by this are not having to show their political credentials when they get food or when they need health care. The fact that we are having this argument in the year 2025 is completely absurd. And to Speaker Johnson, who claims he is a man of God, who loves to quote the scripture, what would Jesus do when he thinks about starving children, starving elders, veterans who served our country with honor going hungry, military families today that sometimes qualify for food stamps and SNAP assistance? The other thing I will also say is this: this administration continues to show its ass. They are corrupt, they are crazy, they are chaotic, and they do not care about the American people. And to our friends from the press who are gathered here today, and to your bosses, please do not engage in false equivalencies. There are two very different groups of people who are leading this country. You have the GOP and their president and members of their Senate and their House who are bending the knee, who are afraid to do the right thing for the American people, and you have the Democrats who stand with the American people. We always have, we always will. But the fact that we are having this debate in 2025 when there are people going hungry, when the cost of living continues to increase under this administration, when they have openly said, we don't care about the American people. We are cruel, we're chaotic, and we want them to suffer. America is better than that. And House Democrats and Senate Democrats are fighting every single day for the American people. There is no equivalency. Democrats are doing the job. Republicans are missing in action. There's a program that we are probably all familiar with called Bring Your Child to Work Day. Bring your daughter to work day. Bring your son to work day. Well, maybe House Democrats should have a program called Bring a Republican to Work Day, because they need to come here, they need to do their jobs. The American people are tired of this drama. Let's show up, let's do our jobs, and let's make sure the American people understand that government can and should work for the American people. At this time, I want to introduce my friend and colleague, Hillary Scholten.
Thank you, Marilyn. Night is falling here in Washington, D.C. and around the country. Back home in West Michigan, thousands of families are going home from work after putting in a full day and wondering how they are going to feed their families because of the cruelty, a choice, the cruelty of the President of the United States of America. They are wondering where their next meal will come from. When my constituents ask, where was my representative at a time when we were in crisis, I want them to know I was here fighting for them. The president's illegal actions today, defying a court order, are unprecedented. Mr. President, I have a word for you directly. This is not your money. This is the money of the United States taxpayers, specifically allocated for emergencies such as this. Release those funds. Allow it to flow to the families in need. To my fellow Christians who show up here and dare to quote scripture, I have some scripture for you, Matthew 25. And the Lord said, "For I was hungry, and you didn't feed me. I was thirsty, and you did not give me food." And then they will turn to him and said, "Lord, when were you there? And we didn't do those things." And he said, "Yea, though you do for the least of me, though you also do for me." Now I'm happy to turn it over to my colleague, Wesley Bell.
You know, as a freshman member, I have a different perspective, and I'm looking out to you all, and I'm like, you all see this, right? Like, the people listening are watching on television. You all see this. It's not just us. Democrats are here standing for nutrition assistance, food. We're standing for Medicaid. We're standing for the American people. And I'll keep this real simple because I focus on the folks at home in the St. Louis area. Over 47,000 households in my district depend on SNAP benefits and nutrition assistance. That's 47,000 people. 655,000 people in my state, in the state of Missouri, rely on SNAP benefits. And so this is not a pawn in a chess game or in a political game. And what I'll also say is I've had the opportunity to serve as a judge. I've had the opportunity to serve as a prosecutor, DA. I've had the opportunity to serve as a defense attorney and a public defender. And when the law tells you to do something and then a court also backs it up, when you don't do that thing, it is called breaking the law. And we have an administration that seems to, well, I guess we know 34 times the court has ruled that he's broken the law. And what we're saying is that when it comes to protecting our most vulnerable, we cannot tolerate that. Folks need to depend on the food in the wealthiest, most powerful, the strongest democracy that the world has ever seen. No one should go without food. And so a court has ruled that the administration should fund SNAP. We expect that to happen. We expect our Republicans to get back to work, and let's open the government so that it's working and that it's working for the American people. I get the pleasure of introducing my friend and another fighter for the voiceless, Representative Maxine Dexter.
All right, thank you for sticking with us on this incredibly important day and discussion. My name is Maxine Dexter. I am a mother, a physician, and very proud to represent Oregon's 3rd Congressional District. And for almost 20 years, I took care of the sickest patients in the hospital. Routinely, their inability to afford health care, to afford their prescriptions, is why they ended up in the hospital. It's hardworking people who delay or skip medications because they can't afford their basic needs like food and like the cost of health care. And today, Donald Trump is making that impossible choice even crueler. After spending the weekend proudly playing with billionaires at Mar-a-Lago, Trump announced he wouldn't follow the court order to provide 42 million Americans with food assistance. His team may say otherwise, but we know who calls the shots here. No one should have to decide whether to buy groceries or medicine, whether to feed their children or see a doctor. But that's the position Trump is choosing to put 42 million Americans in. Instead of following the law and using SNAP and the contingency fund, a tool he has used in his first term, Trump is choosing cruelty. He's choosing to starve families for political points. In the richest country in the world, hunger is not inevitable. It is a policy choice. Donald Trump is choosing cruelty over compassion. He's choosing billionaires over families. He is choosing to maintain his own political power over helping the people he was elected to serve. House Democrats choose differently. We are choosing compassion. We are choosing to fight for every person who's ever skipped a meal so their kids could eat, for every patient who has ever had to pick between a full pantry or a full prescription. And we are not backing down. Because no matter how loud or how lawless this administration becomes, we are louder. Because hunger is not a partisan issue, it is a moral one. We are showing up. We will use every single tool at our disposal, legislation, litigation, and public pressure to keep our families fed. Thank you so much for being here. And with that, we'd like to close this out.
Thank you. Thanks for being here.
Thank you.
Great job,
everybody.
Maxine.
Yeah, really good. Good job. Really good job. Yeah, yeah.
The U.S. House has not
war and the genocide in those countries in the 1990s, in which many Bosnia Iowans lost family. Well, I'm glad that he has since complied with the court ruling by stepping down from his position as leader of the RS entity and walked back some of his destabilizing actions. In return, the United States has dropped sanctions against Mr. Dodik and his family. Now, I'm all for rewarding this good behavior, but there are very good reasons to believe that Mr. Dodik has not seen the errors of his ways. Mr. Dodik.
What's that? No, I'm going to do whatever when it's my time. Are you talking? Yeah, so you'll go first. Okay. I'm good. Thanks.
Good morning, everybody. Good to see you this morning. Good morning. Joining us today, as you can see, are some of the rising stars in our party. These are Republican members of the sophomore class. They're in their second term. Many of them have been working so hard for the last several weeks in their districts, trying to help their constituents navigate the chaoses that have been created by the Democrat shutdown. We're now on day 36, and it is a sad landmark in our history. This is the longest shutdown of any government in our history. And they've also made history in a number of ways, which we've recounted every day in our daily press conferences. Remember, this is the first time in the history of America that any party has had the audacity to close down the government over a totally clean, nonpartisan continuing resolution. I said yesterday, and I'm being honest, none of us imagined that we would be here at this moment. We couldn't have imagined that Democrats would be willing to force families to go hungry and workers to miss paychecks for 5 weeks on end, 50 days plus, and we never did imagine that they would be willing to use the pain of American families with such reckless disregard. But that is what we are seeing, and it is unconscionable. Despite the 15 opportunities they have now had to reopen the government, they have voted 15 times to keep it closed. That is the number that everyone has to pay attention to, all the Americans who are hurting because of this. They need to understand Republicans have voted 15 times to open your government, and the Democrats have voted 15 times to close it. They voted to deny paychecks to workers, to stop the flow of SNAP funds to hungry families, and all the rest. And still, somehow, they have the audacity to go on national television and gaslight the American people and try to pretend that somehow the Republican Party has some blame in this. It's the most outrageous example of political gaslighting that we have ever seen. And day after day, they have claimed, without any merit at all, this shutdown is somehow about health care. It's a blatant lie, and they know it. They tried to string together two totally unrelated issues: the expiration of the Obamacare COVID subsidies and the basic funding of the federal government. Those are two totally distinct things. Republicans have always been willing to have a conversation about the COVID-era subsidies and how to make Obamacare and health care more affordable. But we will not, and we should not do so as hostages in their political game. It was in no way necessary or appropriate to shut down the government in order to have bipartisan discussions about the subsidies. The reality is the Democrats could have avoided all of this chaos and all the pain, everything they've inflicted on American families, by simply voting to back the clean, nonpartisan continuing resolution, the 24-page simple document, just as they did 13 times under the Biden administration. They could have passed that 47 days ago. After the House did it, we did our work and sent it over there. And we would have had all these negotiations and continued. I'm going to wrap this up and tell you again why. The big question is why. Why would the Democrats have the audacity to do this? As we summarized so simply yesterday, and we will do so every day, they are motivated out of fear. The Democrats shut down the government out of fear. They have never been more afraid at any point than they are right now. They know, as we all do, what their own polls show. The leadership of the Democratic Party is the most unpopular with members of their own Democratic base. And we saw that in the elections last night. The old guard is desperately trying to use this shutdown to show the radical Marxist wing of their party that they can look tough to President Trump. That's because the new power center of the left isn't the moderates. It's the AOCs and the Bernie Sanders and the Mamdanis of the party. It's the activists who believe capitalism is evil, who disdain the founding principles of their own country. They claim that the salvation of our nation will be brought about by bigger government and more bureaucracy. Look what happened in New York City last night. For the first time in American history, an avowed, openly proclaimed socialist has been elected as the mayor of America's largest city. Zoran Mandami is without a doubt the biggest win for socialism in the history of the country, and it is the biggest loss for the American people. He is truly a committed Marxist. And the results of that race tell you everything you need to know about where the Democrats and their party are headed. From the backbench to their leadership, Democrats have fallen in line behind the socialist candidates. Hakeem Jeffries, as you know, is the highest-ranking Democrat in the House. He gave his full blessing to Mamdani and his socialist agenda. Chuck Schumer, the highest-ranking Democrat in the Senate and the highest-ranking Jewish leader in America, flirted with endorsing Mamdani all the way to the bitter end. Never mind the fact that Zoran has embraced anti-Semitic rhetoric and promised to arrest the Prime Minister of Israel if he visits New York City again. And then there's President Obama, who called Mamdani over the weekend to extend his praise and act as a sounding board for the young socialist. You can't make this stuff up. The man who made health care unaffordable with his own socialist scheme is advising the man whose false promises will surely make life unlivable for millions of New Yorkers who cannot afford to flee the city. As we said from this podium every morning, we talk about Mamdani for two reasons. It's a bellwether, because House Democrats, many of whom represent districts with much less blue than New York City, have embraced him with open arms. And because his brand of Marxism is truly a bellwether for the Democrats nationwide. We pointed out that other major metropolitan areas in the country are facing the same threat with candidates similar to Mamdani. And we're going to continue to call out their effort to mainstream and normalize socialism and Marxism in America. Working families watching this play out have a right to know that socialism and communism are not just confined in New York City. They are quickly coming to a town near you unless you stand up and let your voice of common sense be heard. While Democrats hitch their wagon to the socialist agenda, Republicans are going to continue to act in good faith on behalf of hardworking Americans. And we will remind a new generation of Americans about the painful and inescapable realities of history. We'll have much more to say about this in the days ahead. There were no surprises last night. I'll just summarize on the election, and then I'll yield to some of our sophomore stars here. There's no surprises. What happened last night was blue states and blue cities voted blue. We all saw that coming. And no one should read too much into last night's election results. Off-year elections are not indicative of what's to come. That's what history teaches us. By the way, it's worthy of note that Zoran Mamdani himself only received a little over 1 million votes, 1,036,000 votes. There are 8.3 million residents in New York City. 8.5 million actually is the number, I think. So about 12% of the city voted to turn their city over to the communists. We'll see how that works out. The lesson is that common sense Americans have to stay informed, you have to stay engaged, and you have to vote and let your voice be heard. But back to the urgent issue of this moment. Unlike our Democrat friends, Republicans know there's no prize for the milestone we've hit today. No one wins in a government shutdown. We pray that Democrats wake up to that truth very soon. We are very hopeful that they will come to their senses and help us to reopen the government. Remember, it's about math. We have to have 60 votes in the Senate, and we only have 53 Republicans. The entire country is waiting and calling on Democrats to put their political fight aside and open the government. Until they do that and do the right thing, House Republicans will continue to do what we've done since day one, and that is helping our constituents navigate chaos and confusion of the Democrat shutdown back in our districts. And that includes the members of our outstanding sophomore class, many of whom represented here today. Some of them are here, and we want to thank them for their leadership and their resolve, and they're working in their districts and in D.C. and being all over the place. One of those leaders is Congressman Russell Fry, our sophomore class representative. He was the president of the freshman class, and so he still gets that distinction. He serves on our elected leadership committee. And I will tell you that Russell has been a strong voice for common sense, for conservative values, and we're truly grateful to have him with us today. Mr. President of the class, I'll turn over the podium to you. Thanks. Anybody?
In this world, few things are certain other than death, taxes, and Democrats saying one thing and doing another. They say they're the party that cares about the American people, but everything that they have done for the last 36 days proves otherwise. Not only is this the longest shutdown of all time, it's also the dumbest shutdown of all time. But now that the election charades are over, maybe Chuck Schumer and Hakeem Jeffries can get the political blessing of their new savior, Zohran Mamdani, to reopen the government, to pay our federal employees, to pay our troops, and to allow struggling families on SNAP to receive the benefits that they've had for a long time. But make no mistake, this is not about governing. This is about gamesmanship to the Democratic Party. But I think, and I have faith, that the American people are smart, that they recognize a lie when it is being told to them. For years, during the Biden administration, we were told that the border was secure by the Democratic Party. The American people were told that the border was secure. It wasn't. For years, we were told by congressional Democrats that President Biden's mental faculties were okay, that he's never been sharper. That was a lie. And now we're told by congressional Democrats yet again that it is a Republican shutdown when we all know that the simple math is that you need 60 votes. So Chuck Schumer, I think it's time to call Zohran Mamdani and make sure that he's okay with reopening the government. They're holding the government hostage at the expense of the American people. I talked to a U.S. Marshal yesterday in the district in South Carolina. He is door dashing food and driving Ubers to pay his mortgage, to pay and feed his kids. I talked to a lady, single mother in Clio, South Carolina, last night. She receives food stamps. She's 100% disabled. She's unable to work. She relies on that assistance. And she is fearful about how she's going to feed her kids. She's traveling all the way into North Carolina to receive charitable contributions of food. That is the result of a Democrat shutdown. I talked to an elderly lady in Myrtle Beach, South Carolina yesterday. She has diabetes. She has shingles. She is unable to work. She is elderly. She needs that $88 to help bridge the gap at the end of the month so that she can eat. And she's fearful of what's going to happen next with this prolonged shutdown. For these people, these benefits are not a luxury. They're a lifeline. And it shouldn't take courage from them to band together and figure out how they're going to feed themselves. It should take leadership from the United States Senate to act and end this political charade. But that's what they want. They've told you from the beginning what this is all about. It's about leverage to them. It's not about the American people. It's not about the TSA agents who are still working, or the FBI or ICE officials. It's not about the military. It's not about the people in Clio, South Carolina, who rely on those SNAP benefits. It's about political leverage for them. And that political nihilism is malpractice for the American people. So these are the voices of South Carolinians, but they really echo, I think, what we all hear in our districts. from the people that we represent. Right now, millions of Americans are all struggling because of this Democrat shutdown. And so to answer the question, I think, of what can be done, well, it's quite simple. The Democrats in the Senate need to do their job on behalf of the American people. House Republicans have already passed this. We will continue to put pressure on Senate Democrats to act, because at the end of the day, we care about the American people. We care about their struggles. We are not interested in funding illegal immigrant health care. We're interested in making sure that our troops get paid. So today, I echo what the Speaker has said for 36 days, and my colleagues. It's time to reopen the government and end the political gamesmanship. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you.
Thank you, Russell. And last night we saw the Democrat Party usher in their new leader. We've been talking about this for weeks, but it was made official. When the city of New York elected Zohran Mamdani, he became the new leader of the Democrat Party. And while the Democrat Party had no problem making the shift to socialism, which they embraced wholeheartedly, led by Hakeem Jeffries and others here, America, mainstream Americans, blue dog Democrats across America have not embraced socialism. America is not a socialist nation. You know, when the Speaker mentioned that, is it any surprise that last night blue states voted blue? We're talking Virginia, New Jersey, New York. By the way, none of those were swing states. You had 7 swing states in the election a year ago today. And by the way, we celebrate that a year ago today, Donald Trump was elected president of the United States. And when he ran on very specific things, not socialism. 7 out of 7 swing states rejected that form of socialism that has now taken over the Democrat Party. What President Trump and House Republicans ran on was delivering results for American families. We said we would secure the border, and we actually delivered on that in record time. We said we would prevent a tax increase on anybody. Every American, no matter what income level you were at, you were facing a tax increase, in many cases a 30% or larger tax increase. We said we wouldn't do it. The Democrats bragged that they were going to raise your taxes. And the American people decided that, not New York City. The American people a year ago decided they didn't want a tax increase, and we followed through on that by preventing the largest tax increase on American families. Also by delivering no tax on tips, no tax on overtime. For seniors, 85% of whom will not have to pay taxes on their Social Security income when you factor in the deduction. We delivered on that. Every Democrat, by the way, voted no, because Democrats don't want hardworking Americans to keep more of their money. They want socialism. And let's think about those hollow promises that Zohran Mamdani talked about last night. Can anybody wait to see what those free buses are going to look like? I'm sure they're going to be incredibly safe and clean when you ride the free buses. Can anybody wait to see what those government-run grocery stores are going to look like? Shelves unstocked, expired food. I'm sure the friendliness of those employees that are government employees at those grocery stores. That's what socialism does. Socialism always overpromises and underdelivers. But should we be surprised? That's what Democrats up here in Washington have been doing for years. Does anybody remember the Inflation Reduction Act? Yes, that was a Democrat-created product that ushered in record levels of inflation. Where was the inflation reduction? They have no problem lying to the American people. Does anybody remember, by the way, the Affordable Care Act? Yes, that was Democrats only creating current health care law. The law of the land in health care today is Democrat-only created Affordable Care Act. That's anything but affordable. All we've seen is 80% increases in costs for families, record profits for insurance companies, but 80% increases on families. Democrats have never had a problem lying to the American people, overpromising to the American people, and never delivering the goods. And you contrast that with Republicans. Again, a year ago today, we ran on very specific things, and we've already, working with Donald Trump, ushered in a new level of American greatness. And it's not just here in America. We're finally starting to see that leadership around the world that we've been so desperately lacking when President Trump starts getting peace agreements in Middle Eastern countries, in other places. It's about delivering on promises for the American people. And all we're seeing during this shutdown is Democrats scared to death of the Mamdani wing of the party. They've said it. Some of them said it out loud. But they have exercised it in their votes. They voted time and time again to keep the government shut down, knowing they're inflicting suffering and pain on the American people, admitting that they're using that suffering to try to get leverage. They still can't tell you what the leverage is for. Leverage for what? To go boast to the socialist Mamdani wing of their party that they're fighting Donald Trump, who was elected not by the people of New York or New Jersey or Virginia, but by a majority of Americans, 77 million Americans, 7 out of 7 swing states, running on very specific things that President Donald Trump and this Republican majority have continued to deliver on. We're going to keep delivering wins for the American people, and Democrats will continue to give the hollow promises of socialism that come along with the failures of socialism that it truly delivers for people. And yeah, people in New York, when they realize how bad socialism is, they can just leave like they've been doing for years. They can move to states like Florida, to Texas. They can even come to Louisiana. But if they ruin America, if they're able to take hold with socialism in America, where else are people going to go? There is no plan B to this great United States of America, and we're not going to let socialism take over in this great country. With that, I bring up our whip, Tom Emmer.
Democrats have officially set the record for the longest shutdown, government shutdown in U.S. history. And each day that their needless shutdown drags on, the consequences get more and more severe. Yesterday, Transportation Secretary Sean Duffy said they might be forced to close certain parts of the airspace if the Democrat government shutdown continues into next week. Remember when one Democrat aide remarked that the party will not concede short of planes falling out of the sky? They weren't kidding. They are prepared to prolong the pain that they've inflicted on the American people because, as Chuck Schumer said, every day the government is shut down gets better for us. And as Catherine Clark and Chris Coons said, government shutdowns are one of the few leverage times they have. But while the Democrats have been busy playing politics with people's lives, President Trump has been hard at work delivering on the mandate 77 million Americans gave him 1 year ago today. In just 10 months, President Trump has delivered the largest middle tax cut in history. He brought illegal border crossings down to record lows after 4 years of the Biden border crisis. He ended 8 wars and made America respected again on the world stage. And he's just getting started. While President Trump has been hard at work delivering on the American First agenda for 77 million Americans, that's what they voted for, the Democrats have been hard at work obstructing that agenda and consequently the will of the people at every turn. The Democrat Party of today is not your grandfather's Democrat Party. Nothing proves it more than last night's election results. From a communist mayor in New York City to a Virginia attorney general who said he wanted to murder his political opponent, pro-terrorist Marxist radicals are now the left's mainstream. We will prove that there is no problem too large for government to solve and no concern too small for it to care about. That is a direct quote from Kami Mamdani, and it should terrify every single freedom-loving American. This is the land of insanity Chuck Schumer and company have enabled with their party's political games, and now they must own the consequences. And with that, our conference chair, Lisa McClain.
Well, good morning on this nice, bright, sunshiny day. Let's begin with this. Today marks 1 year since President Trump won the 2024 election. And since that day, Republicans secured our border, unleashed American energy, and delivered the largest tax cut for working families in history. Promises made, promises kept. Yep, there's a lot more to come, folks. But Democrats, in that 1 year, they have done nothing but obstruct, delay, and deny. They've obstructed the American people's agenda, delayed millions of flights, and denied SNAP benefits for the hungry. And for what? Ask yourself, for what are the Democrats fighting for? Well, they're fighting for $1.5 trillion in new debt to fund health care for illegals and continue the wasteful spending. I mean, Democrats, you need to say that loud and say it proud, because as Republicans, we're going to make you own those votes. There's no turning back. Democrats want $1.5 trillion of wasteful spending and health care for illegals that you all are going to pay for. Over the past year, Democrats have wandered around with no plan, no vision, and no leader. But today, they finally found their leader. The radical communist mayor of New York City, a self-proclaimed communist who wants Americans to pay for global health care. Well, you wanted it, you got it. A communist who wants the government to own grocery stores. And a communist who wants the government to tell you what to do with your hard-earned money. Because you see, the Democrats don't think you are good stewards of their money. The Democrats think the government can be much smarter with what to do with your hard-earned tax dollars. Versus the Republicans, we actually believe in people. We believe you can make good choices. We don't believe you need the government to tell you what to do, when to do it, and how to do it. We actually have a little faith in you. So does this sound familiar? Sounds almost identical to what the Democrats are leveraging the pain for the Democratic shutdown for. But let's be clear. Bowing down to the communists and socialists who control the Democratic Party, it has consequences. Whether you're one of the 3.2 million travelers stranded or canceled with flights, or the consequence of a family on food assistance wondering how they're going to get by. That's some of the consequences that the Democrats are okay using you to leverage for. Or a federal law enforcement officer going without pay while protecting our communities. But that's okay, because the Democrats think all law enforcement agents should probably just be defunded anyway, except when there's a problem in Detroit. And then all of a sudden, we're very thankful that the FBI and law enforcement came in to protect us. Bowing down to the radical demands of radical socialists is causing real Americans to suffer. Consequences for the safety of Americans, consequences for our economy, and consequences for your hard-earned money. And consequences gravely for our country. So Democrats, it is time to stop ignoring the consequences. It's time to stop bowing down. It's time to reopen the government, end the demands, end the shutdown, and let's get back to putting hard-working Americans first. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, questions? Yes, go ahead. I've called on somebody else. Go ahead. Thank you. We're having a press conference. Thank you. Go ahead. Yes, ma'am. And you should respect free speech. What's the question? What's the question? What's the question? I can't hear you because we have someone who doesn't respect the rights of their colleagues over here. I'd love to talk with you. Wait. I'd love to talk with you. Come to my office, okay?
You have an obligation.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah. Okay, let's talk about it. I've been doing that. We did that before the shutdown began. We went to the White House. We went and sat in front of the Resolute desk. We brought Leader Jeffries and Leader Schumer in, and we had a discussion. The president said, please don't shut the government down. It would cause all this pain to the American people. This has never happened before. It's a clean, nonpartisan CR that every Democrat, including you, voted no on September 19th. You voted to shut down the government. You voted to stop SNAP benefits. You voted to not pay the troops, not pay TSA, Border Patrol. You may regret it now, but that's your vote, and it's on the record. So the president had us in, and they didn't want to have a dialogue or debate. They thumbed their nose in it, at him, and he had to do it. Appreciate it. Thanks for your input. Somebody give me a question that's real. Well, he and I talked about it early this morning. We woke up very early, and we talked about the outcome, and I reminded him that, as we know from history, those of us who watch these things very closely and always do, that an off-year election is not indicative of what happens next. I mean, look at, for example, Glenn Youngkin won his race for governor, and then the Democrats, the opposing party, did very well in the upcoming midterm election. These off-year elections are about different things, different dynamics. In Northern Virginia, there are a lot of federal employees. They're probably pretty upset. And they should blame the Democrats for that, because as we noted today, 15 different times Republicans in Congress, Senate and House, voted to open the government. And the Democrats, like our colleague who just tried to interrupt us here, voted to close it down. So it's very clear who's responsible for this. And I think that when we go into next year in the midterms, we're very bullish about the outcome. We have an extraordinary record to run on. You mentioned, Leader Scalise mentioned sort of what we call the split screen here. And I'll remind you all again, under President Trump and Republicans, we have had an extraordinary run. The first 9-10 months of this, 9 months, the 10th month has been shut down because of the Democrats. The first 9 months of this Congress and this administration, arguably the most productive of all time. We cut taxes, cut regulations, cut waste, fraud, and abuse in government. We solved the border crisis, which was the #1 issue on the ballot last fall. We're solving the crime crisis around the country. We've got American energy dominance revved and going again. We have new trade agreements that are more favorable to Americans, which will ultimately bring down costs. We have put real reforms into the Medicaid program to strengthen it, because we've got people who are ineligible recipients, like illegal aliens and young able-bodied men without dependents, off the program, so that the disabled, the elderly, and young pregnant women can have the resources they need. The president is literally solving wars around the globe. I think we're up to 9. All of that is on one side of the screen. What are the Democrats on the other side of the screen? A government shutdown. What did they accomplish in 9 months? Interruptions. They've assaulted ICE officers. They have spurred on political violence. And they closed down the government, which is their most basic duty and responsibility. I think the American people are smart. I think they will understand this. And I think the midterm is going to be a great one for us. We had a demographic shift in 2024. We have a very favorable election map on the Republican side, and it will be even more favorable once all the redistricting stuff is settled out. We have Democrats who are flailing. They have no leader. Their national leader now, as we've noted, is Mondami. He's a communist. Good luck with that. I don't think the loss last night was any reflection about Republicans at all. I think people are frustrated and angry, as we are. I am. The president is. And we express that different ways. But look, we look forward. We're looking forward to a great election running on our record. And we're going to get all of our incumbents reelected, and we're going to add to the number here. So that's the answer. Yes. No, look, the question is, President Trump wasn't on the ballot. He's right about that. He and I spoke about that again. But I told him this morning what we've talked about many times and what I've said here before. The president is on the ballot in 2026. President Trump is on the ballot next fall. Because if we lose the majority, if the Republicans, the common sense people here who are doing the job for the American people, if we lose the majority in the House and this radical element of the Democrat Party were able to take over, we've already seen that movie. They will try to end the Trump administration. He won't have 4 years, he'll have only 2, because they will move to impeach him probably on the first day of the new Congress in January 2027, and they will try to systematically unwind all the important reforms that we've done for the American people, to lower costs, to have a better quality of living, on health care to increase access and quality of care. We are the party that is doing that, and the president needs 4 years to complete his agenda, not just 2. So he is in a very real sense on the ballot. He's fiercely committed to us winning. He is going to help. He's offered to do rallies and to town halls and all the things. He's sent out a huge round of endorsements of incumbents, Republican incumbents, just over the last few days. He is very much engaged, very dialed in, and he understands the stakes. President Trump is on the ballot in 2026, and we're looking forward to that contest. Yes, sir.
Berger did very well with the voters, and she won 80% of the health care budget. Look, and that's specifically as well as look at numbers like that. What do you think about going forward? How are you going to deal with that disparity?
Well, the economy and healthcare are 2 of the primary issues in the country, clearly, and that's why we are delighted to run on our record. We are addressing that. We are delivering for the people. We are fulfilling our promises. President Trump got more votes, by the way, in Virginia and New Jersey than either of the 2 governor candidates, the Democrats there. And one of the things that we ran on was improving these. We passed the American Families Tax Cut, the big, beautiful bill, and got it signed into law on July 4th. Many of those provisions will be coming into play now. It was filled with pro-growth policies. The people standing behind me all worked individually and collectively very hard on that legislation. And the American people are going to feel the positive effects of that before they vote next fall. We did it early enough so that the economic effects could be felt. And you're going to see costs go down and quality of life improve. Our policies lead to that. Socialism does not. Socialism does not lower costs. It doesn't lead to lower costs. It leads to human misery. It leads to the decay of society. It has happened everywhere. When the socialists, Mamdani, and the Democrats here, Leader Jeffries apparently is a socialist now. He endorsed Mamdani.
people and prognosticators realize. So let me say it again. Republicans' high-cost House is on fire, and they've only got themselves to blame. And by the way, that's not just my opinion. It's Donald Trump's opinion. Last night, he said that the shutdown is a negative factor for the Republicans. When addressing why he had lost, this is what Trump said. The shutdown was a big factor, negative for Republicans. And let me read what Trump said last night. He said, this is Donald Trump speaking, Trump wasn't on the ballot, and the shutdown were the two reasons Republicans lost elections tonight. That's what Trump said. Trump admits that the Republican shutdown is hurting him and his party. The president is right. Americans realize Republicans are responsible for this awful shutdown, now the longest officially in history. What a shameless milestone. Donald Trump has now presided over the longest and second longest shutdowns ever, and he only has himself to blame. When Leader Jeffries and I met with Donald Trump in the Oval Office last month, we warned him that this would happen. We warned the president of the consequences of ignoring Democrats, ignoring the American people, ignoring the health care crisis. We warned the president that ignoring Democrats and insisting on zero negotiations was a recipe for disaster and would come back to haunt him. Well, Republicans shouldn't ignore us anymore, for their own good and the country's good. So this morning, Leader Jeffries and I once again demanded a meeting with the president. It's time to sit down and negotiate with Democrats to bring this Republican shutdown to an end, we told the president. We've been asking for a meeting for weeks and even months. But now the election results ought to send a much-needed bolt of lightning to Donald Trump that he should meet with us to end this crisis, his shutdown, which he admits hurt him badly in the election. It's time to hold a bipartisan meeting of legislative leaders to reopen the government. It's time to fix the ACA premium emergency that is now upon us, and Democrats are ready to meet anytime, anywhere, any place. Donald Trump ignores us at his own political peril, because the takeaway from last night was simply unmistakable. Democrats swept in states last night across the country, red and blue alike. Democrats won overwhelmingly by more than anyone ever thought in New Jersey and Virginia. Democrats won in Mississippi and won in New York, in Pennsylvania, and in Georgia. Democrats won in statewide races, but it went deeper than that. We won in lots of local races, too. Mayoral races, state Supreme Court races, ballot measures, and even historic swings in the Georgia Public Service Commission, where 2 Democrats were elected, statewide, I believe. Why did Democrats do so well? Because Americans are fed up with Republicans shooting their costs through the roof, particularly on health care, on tariffs, on their electric bills. And Americans saw that Democrats are the ones fighting for them, fighting for lower health care costs, fighting for working families. And while all this is happening, what is Donald Trump doing? Depriving hungry Americans of their SNAP benefits? Telling children, hungry children, we're going to cut off your food and use you as a pawn in this shutdown which the Republicans have caused? Telling the elderly who depend on that SNAP money to adequately feed themselves, the heck with you? Telling a veteran who has PTSD or a worker who is unemployed that we're not going to give you food? How callous, how cruel, how mean, how vindictive, and how calculatingly wrong. Americans saw the contrast between Democrats and Republicans in full effect last night. They saw that Trump is treating Americans, particularly needy Americans, as political pawns during the shutdown. One end of the country to the other, including battleground states, Democrats, independents, and even Republicans rejected Donald Trump's policies. and rejected hard right elected officials. And let me say something else. After last night, Donald Trump ought to learn that his petty vindictiveness doesn't work. Here's one glaring example. He tried to axe federal funding for the Gateway Tunnel between New York and New Jersey, the biggest public works project in the country, employing tens of thousands of workers and ensuring continued prosperity and good transportation in the entire Northeast corridor. But he axed the funds, and his axing the funds was aimed, in his mind, at Democratic leaders like Leader Jeffries and me. In the end, it totally backfired and became a big factor for voters making their decisions in New Jersey and electing Mikey Sherrill by an amazing 13 percentage points. And one of the main issues in that campaign was Donald Trump's vindictiveness in cutting off this tunnel and trying to use it, again, and all the workers, as a hostage. So again, let me say it again. Last night serves as a 5-alarm fire for Republicans, a warning from the American people. They're tired of Donald Trump raising people's costs, raising health care costs, ignoring the needs of working people. The right way forward for Republicans and for all of America is to negotiate with Democrats to reopen the government and extend the ACA premium tax credits. The American people have spoken. Enough is enough. And on SCOTUS and tariffs, which is being argued by the Supreme Court right now as we speak. After an overwhelming rejection of the Trump Republican agenda at the polls, this morning, Donald Trump's lawyers are at the Supreme Court trying to argue his global tariffs are legal. They are illegal. They're arguing they're legal. It's hard to imagine a worse morning after for Donald Trump and Republicans than to have to go to the Supreme Court and defend these tariffs, which are dramatically raising Americans' costs. And that's why Republicans were so shellacked last night. And it led, and maybe the Supreme Court, actually, maybe the Supreme Court will put Donald Trump and Republicans out of their tariff misery by declaring Trump's tariffs illegal, which of course we know they are. Because Donald Trump's tariffs have been one of the biggest tax hikes on American families in recent memory. Poll after poll shows that Americans are paying more at the grocery store. That they blame Trump for the rising prices, and they disapprove of his tariffs. The Supreme Court should do the right thing and strike down Trump's tariffs before those tariffs spiral our economy into even a bigger crisis. And if our democracy is to mean anything at all, we should remember the Constitution is clear as a bell, clear as a Liberty Bell. The power to tax and tariff resides in Congress, not the President, not by unilateral power, not based on some BS emergency declaration. Donald Trump is not a king. He's bound by the Constitution and by his oath to protect the American people and uphold the rule of law. Today, the court should make clear that Donald Trump is not above the law. I yield the floor.
The past 5 months, President Trump won every single battleground state in America. He won the popular vote. He moved over close to 3,000 counties to the right. That's 89% of the counties in the United States. Senate Republicans won a 53-seat majority, and House Republicans maintained the majority as well. Americans gave us a mandate to secure the border, to rebuild the economy, to unleash American energy, and to restore America's strength. Here we are 1 year later, and America is back on track. The results are undeniable. For the first time in years, America's borders are secure. For the last 5 months, absolutely zero illegal immigrants have been released into our nation. Gone are the days under Joe Biden when 10,000 illegal immigrants poured into our country each and every day. When Joe Biden was president, over 10 million illegal immigrants flooded into our nation. Illegal immigrants were incentivized to come here with a promise of free health care, with a promise of free airplane tickets, with a promise of free hotel rooms and free food and free meals and free cell phones. Mr. President, that era is over. President Trump is successfully removing illegal immigrant criminals from our nation, taking them away from communities all across the country. Republicans in Congress are finishing the wall, hiring more border agents, and investing in immigration and customs enforcement. The drug cartels are clearly on notice, Mr. President. The border is closed, and America is once again protecting our citizens. Today, our communities are safer, and the economic turnaround has been equally dramatic. America's energy dominance is back. Gas prices have dropped to the lowest point in 4 years. AAA reports prices are expected to continue to fall and perhaps stay low over the busy Thanksgiving period that's upcoming. Inflation has cooled. Things are more affordable. Remember, under Joe Biden, prices soared by more than 21%. Under President Trump, private sector real wages are up over $1,100 a year. The economy grew 3.8% in the second quarter of this year. We're seeing strong economic growth, and more strong economic growth is expected. The Atlanta Federal Reserve predicts third quarter growth could be 4%, even greater economic growth. You might ask yourself, what is at the heart of this economic comeback? Well, let me tell you. The working family tax cuts, which passed the Senate, passed the House, signed into law by the President, that's at the heart of our economic comeback. This is the most pro-worker, pro-family tax relief in years. In Wyoming alone, families could save $2,400 this year because of the tax cuts. Waiters, barbers, bartenders keep $1,300 more by having to pay no tax on tips. In my home state and in yours, Mr. President, nurses, firefighters, and police officers can keep $1,400 more by having to pay no tax on overtime. New parents get a $1,000 Trump account for every newborn child to invest in their future. And parents get a bigger child tax credit, $2,200 more per child. Seniors are going to keep more as well. There's a new $6,000 deduction on Social Security income. Mr. President, clearly you've heard it, and I've heard it at home as well. Farmers, ranchers, and small business owners getting the relief from the much-dreaded death tax. That's what it means to stand with working Americans. Let's be clear. If the Democrats had had it their way, families would be paying much more in taxes, a lot more. Every single Democrat voted for the largest tax increase in American history. Every single Democrat voted for a $4 trillion tax increase. Had Democrats succeeded, families, seniors, and small businesses would have been financially crushed. Every Democrat voted for the government to take more of people's hard-earned money. Republicans said people should keep their hard-earned money. Republicans voted for Americans to keep what they earn. That's the difference between Republicans and Democrats. So 1 year ago, American voters rejected a weak America and also rejected a dangerous world. Today, we see the resurgence of American strength. We are defending our interests and deterring our enemies around the world. Military recruitment has surged to its highest level in 15 years. Morale is high. Deterrence is back. President Trump successfully crippled Iran's nuclear program. He strengthened the success of the Abrams Accord. He secured the release of the hostages in Gaza. He ended wars around the world not once, not twice, but 8 times. President Trump is the president of peace, and he's achieving this peace through American strength and leadership. Look, these are the policies that the Americans want, need, and voted for when they elected President Trump, President of the United States, once again. Regrettably, Senate Democrats still can't bring themselves to support the success. They voted against securing the border, against lowering taxes, against strengthening Medicaid, and against everything that helps working families. Here in the Senate, for months, they've delayed hundreds of routine and bipartisan nominees. It was an unprecedented blockade. Now Democrats have set a new, shameful record. Today, they broke the record for the longest government shutdown in American history. Let me repeat that. Today, the Democrats have broken the record for the longest shutdown in American history. During the 36 days of the Schumer shutdown, Democrats have voted against reopening the government 14 times. That's 14 votes against paying our troops, 14 votes against paying our federal workers, 14 votes against paying our air traffic controllers, 14 times against Border Patrol agents, and 14 times against paying our TSA agents. The Democrat Party has been hijacked by socialists, and now they're holding the American people hostage. Why? Well, it's because the Democrats have become radical and extreme. Gallup pollsters tell us that only 1 in 3 Democrats are proud to be an American. Can you imagine that? Only 1 in 3 registered Democrats proud to be an American. It's half the number it was last year. The party of JFK is gone, and it is now the party of AOC. Democrats are now the party of socialism and censorship, of weakness and wokeness. They tend to even brag about it, as we saw last night in New York. Yesterday in New York City, they elected as mayor a socialist who wants to defund the police, abolish prisons, and give illegal immigrants free health care. That's who the Democrats have chosen as the mayor of New York City. That's the Democrats' vision of America's future. It's a dangerous vision. It's a destructive vision. 1 year ago, Americans chose a better path. They chose safety, prosperity, and common sense. As a result, today, America is moving in the right direction, and we're going to continue to fight to get America back on track. Thank you, Mr. President. I yield the floor.
First, said the Trump administration, people find only silence when they ask, what happened to that person that you swept up on the street? The family had to resort to pleading to the community and pointing and posting these missing person posters on social media to try to find Mr. Cisneros. This is the photograph that they were advertising, asking people, have you seen this man? Can you help us find our member of our family? They finally did find him. 2 weeks after the masked federal agents wrongfully arrested him. And where did they find him? On the streets of a suburb of Chicago. Family members believe federal agents just dropped him off, possibly a day after detaining him. But no one contacted the family, and they didn't know where he slept during this time away from home. Unfortunately, Mr. Huerta Cisneros' case is not isolated. Donald Trump has turned federal law enforcement officers into his own personal, secret, masked police force to engage in political theater at the expense of real lives. In that process, the rights and liberties guaranteed by the Constitution, including the right to due process and the rule of law, have been trampled. ICE agents, this so-called dream team, believe they are above the law and not bound by the Constitution. We are on a slippery slope into authoritarianism. Don't believe me? Listen to the president's own words. In a 60 Minutes interview this week, he was asked about sending active duty military into American cities. He responded, I quote, I can bring in the Army, the Marines, I could bring in whoever I want, and that he could do so, quote, in a heartbeat, and that, quote, no judge can even challenge me. He also said ICE raids hadn't gone far enough. Tell that to Mr. Cisneros and his family and every other Illinoisan who's caught up in these cruel and chaotic raids. To think that this man is a robber, a rapist, a terrorist, a murderer, criminally insane is just almost laughable if it wasn't such a sad situation exploiting this poor gentleman. In the face of such ugliness, Chicago and the people that live there have shown up to stand up for one another. We saw it in Mr. Cisneros' case. Neighbors helping neighbors, trying to find this man who was disappeared by the ICE agents in Chicago. Over the weekend, we had another example. On Halloween, I joined Governor Pritzker in asking the ICE agents, please lay off the families and kids who are out trick-or-treating. They're being terrorized already, and there ought to be one night in a year when you give them a break. They refused. In fact, they mocked us that we would even ask for that. And then came the incident in Evanston, Illinois, a suburb just north of Chicago. It was an incident with Congress.
The nomination of Eric, whose chief quality is beyond concerning. It's corrupting. We've seen nominees who are deeply partisan and deeply ideological. We've seen nominees who, under any other administration, would be roundly criticized and rejected by this body. And we've seen nominees whose chief qualification is nothing other than loyalty to and relationship to Donald Trump. So later today, we're going to consider just the latest example of this when the Senate takes up the nomination of Eric Tung to serve on the Ninth Circuit Court of Appeals. This is a lifetime appointment to the federal bench, colleagues. An appellate court nominee in particular should have the judgment, the independence, and the respect for precedent worthy of the position. But instead, Mr. Tung, the nominee before us, is not here because of his independence or his judicial temperament. He's here because of his ideology. Mr. Tung embraces an extreme and rigid view of the Constitution that rejects both equality and liberty. He's made clear that under his constitutional philosophy, there's no protection for rights that most Americans take as fundamental, including the rights to reproductive freedom, marriage equality, and even private consensual relationships. That's not constitutional interpretation. It's a radical blueprint for rolling back decades of progress on individual freedom and equality. Now, when I gave Mr. Tung an opportunity to explain his history of sexist and anti-labor comments a few months ago in committee during the confirmation hearing, he deflected. He showed no reflection or evolved thinking, because the truth is Mr. Tung's record and writings reveal a pattern of ideological extremism that calls into question his ability to apply the law fully and fairly. Now, let me also make clear that I'm not setting out with the goal of denying the Ninth Circuit of qualified replacements. Far from it. Not just myself, but Senator Schiff, my colleague from California, and I both reached out to the White House months ago to inform them of a couple of things. Number one, that Eric Tung would be unacceptable. But importantly, it's important for my colleagues on the other side of the aisle to understand, we signaled a willingness to consider more mainstream Republican candidates who President Trump had previously nominated for district court judgeships. We were willing to try to find that common ground. But clearly the White House wasn't interested, because whether it's the Department of Justice, the FBI, U.S. attorneys, or the federal bench, the Trump White House is showing us what they truly care about: unwavering loyalty. So today I'll remind my colleagues that when we reference the judiciary, it's the American people's judiciary. And all the decisions that we make today will affect our justice system, the people's judiciary, for years, if not decades. And for those reasons, Mr. President, I urge all my colleagues to join me in strongly opposing Mr. Tung's nomination. Thank you. I now yield the floor.
Mr. President.
Senator for Tennessee.
Thank you, Mr. President. I ask unanimous consent to waive the mandatory quorum call with respect to the Orr nomination.
Without objection.
Thank you, Mr. President. SNAP benefits, that has been in the news and a topic of much discussion. And those benefits for over 40 million Americans lapsed over the weekend because Democrats have chosen to hold government funding hostage for political leverage, their word, at the American people's expense. In other words, they're using the American people as pawns. And because of that, their constituents, and indeed nearly 700,000 Tennesseans, are without their SNAP benefits. So are our Border Patrol agents, our air traffic controllers, and federal law enforcement. They've been working a month now without pay. This is why you have the AFGE and the Controllers Union. They're saying end the Schumer shutdown now. We also know that critical federal assistance from rural development programs to small business loans are out there in jeopardy. Across the country, people and small businesses are all suffering because of Chuck Schumer and his Schumer shutdown. And for Democrats, I think they have wanted this. They planned for it, and they wanted to see it happen, so they got it. Now, over on the House side, the Democrat whip made it very clear during a recent interview, and I quote her. She said, "Shutdowns are terrible, and of course, there will be families that are going to suffer, but it is one of the few leverage times we have," end quote. So to the American people, realize that the Democrats you've elected see you as pawns and leverage and pieces that they can move around a chessboard. As the Senate Democrat leader said at the beginning of the shutdown, and I quote him, "Every day gets better for Democrats." They see this as improving their political chances. And over the last month, his party has voted more than a dozen times to keep the government shut down. And at the heart of their demands is the permanent extension of President Biden's COVID credits under Obamacare. Now, this would be a $450 billion expense to the U.S. taxpayer. Last week, I was on the floor talking about this and about how Democrats are peddling falsehoods to try to justify their Schumer shutdown. They claim that Obamacare subsidies are going to expire. Now, in reality, it is only the Biden COVID credit bonus that will expire. Now, what happened during COVID for the Obamacare subsidies? They took off the income caps, and a lot of people had $0 premiums. And if you were making over $500,000 a year, you too could get a Biden COVID credit bonus and subsidy from the Obamacare exchange. You too could have the U.S. taxpayer picking up the tab for 80 to 90% of your health insurance because they plussed up the credit and they removed the income caps. Now, the original Obamacare subsidies, which, by the way, do not expire, these are permanent, they are in law, the original subsidies continue for people who are at 100 to 400% of the federal poverty level. Now, our colleagues across the aisle claim that the Biden COVID credits are needed to keep the cost of health insurance premiums down. In reality, Obamacare is too expensive to afford without the subsidy. So what they're doing is propping up a broken system. In fact, since 2013, the Obamacare benchmark plan premium has increased by 237%, more than 3 times the rate for employer-sponsored health care plans that most Americans get through their work and from their employer. And as these premiums go up, taxpayers are on the hook to subsidize not the individual, but guess what? The insurance company. The subsidy doesn't go to the individual, it goes directly to the insurance company. Our colleagues on the other side of the aisle need to understand that their fight for government-run health care, which is really what this entire Schumer shutdown is all about, is going to fail. It's time for them to put the American people over and before far-left politics. It is time to reopen the federal government. Mr. President, I ask unanimous consent that the next portion of my remarks be placed separately in the record.
Without objection.
Thank you, Mr. President. We all are hearing quite a bit about AI and the potential of AI to transform entire industries for the better, to make them more efficient. In Tennessee alone, our advanced manufacturers are using it to become more efficient, to lower cost, and to increase productivity. Healthcare providers are using it to strengthen care, and researchers are using it to discover new treatments. These are all things that are worth celebrating. They're good, and they're yielding good results. But we also know that this emerging technology can be used for harm. Now, in the case of Google, its AI models have targeted conservatives with defamation for years. During a Senate Commerce Committee hearing last week, I presented evidence to Google's Vice President for Government Affairs and Public Policy that his company's AI models have repeatedly fabricated malicious stories about conservative activist Robbie Starbuck. He is a Tennessean, and he is a conservative leader in our state. In one instance, Google's large language model, Gemma, falsely claimed that Starbuck was accused of child rape and that I publicly defended him. Google's AI models have also falsely accused him of being a former adult film star, of facing criminal drug charges, and of shooting a man in Nashville in an argument over a parking spot. In response, Google's VP claimed that hallucinations among their AI models are a common problem, and that the company is working on it, as if this harmful defamation is merely a technical glitch, and they refer to it as a hallucination. In fact, there seems to be a pattern of malicious lying and fiction when it comes to conservatives. So I asked the AI model, has Marsha Blackburn been accused of rape? The answer to this question, of course, is an unequivocal no. I never have. Yet, Gemma fabricated an entire outlandish criminal allegation against me. It had a massive story about a race in 1987, which didn't happen, and of accusations of improper conduct, which did not happen. And it also came forward with an alleged victim. It was all malicious. It was all made up. It was all a lie. Yet, Gemma even generated fake links to fabricate news articles to support the defamatory claim. And of course, the links didn't work. This marks a catastrophic failure of oversight of an AI model that has been downloaded by more than 200 million people. So last week, I sent a letter over to Google CEO, Sundar Pichai, demanding an explanation as to why Gemma was creating these false allegations, criminal allegations, against conservatives and also against me. And I also asked for a list of steps the company is taking to eliminate political bias and defamatory content from its models. Now, Google has not responded to my letter. What they did do was take Gemma down over the weekend. Despite the AI model's serious flaws, the big tech giant said in a statement that it's going to continue to work to make Gemma available to their developers. And the message on this is clear. You need to shut it down. You need to shut it down completely. You need to shut the Gemini system down completely. The American public deserves to know that with these AI models, the information is going to be accurate, it is going to be transparent, it is going to be fair, and it is not going to be a tool that is going to be used to fabricate and to smear conservatives. In the meantime, Google has until tomorrow to respond to the letter demanding answers. And it's important to keep in mind, this is the same Google that operated a Gmail blacklist that suppressed Republican fundraising emails as spam. And it's the same Google that manipulated search results about the 2024 election to benefit Kamala Harris and to harm President Trump. And it's the same Google that suppressed search results of the attempted assassination of President Trump in Butler, Pennsylvania. Big tech has waged a war on conservatives for too long. It is time that the American people see accountability out of these platforms. I yield the floor.
Under the previous order, the Senate will proceed to executive session and resume consideration of the following nomination, which the clerk will report.
Nomination, the judiciary, Eric Chun-Yi Tung of California to be United States Circuit Judge for the Ninth Circuit.
The question occurs on the nomination. Is there a sufficient second? There appears to be. Clerk will call the roll.
Ms. Alsobrooks, Ms. Baldwin, Mr. Banks, Mr. Barrasso, Mr. Bennett, Mrs. Blackburn. Mr. Bozeman. Mrs. Britt. Mr. Budd. Mrs. Hyde-Smith. Mr. Johnson, Mr. Justice, Mr. Kane, Mr. Kelly, Mr. Kennedy, Mr. Kim, Mr. King, Ms. Klobuchar, Mr. Langford, Mr. Lee, Mr. Lujan, Ms. Lummis, Mr. Markey, Mr. Marshall, Mr. McConnell, Mr. McCormick, Mr. Merkley, Mrs. Moody, Mr. Moran, Mr. Moreno, Mr. Mullen, Ms. Murkowski, Mr. Murphy, Mrs. Murray, Mr. Ossoff, Mr. Padilla, Mr. Paul, Mr. Peters, Mr. Reed, Mr. Ricketts, Mr. Risch, Ms. Rosen, Mr. Rounds, Mr. Sanders, Mr. Schatz, Mr. Schiff, Mr. Schmidt, Mr. Schumer, Mr. Scott of Florida, Mr. Scott of South Carolina, Mrs. Shaheen, Mr. Sheehy, Ms. Slotkin, Ms. Smith, Mr. Sullivan, Mr. Thune, Mr. Tillis, Mr. Tuberville, Mr. Van Hollen, Mr. Warner, Mr. Warnock, Ms. Warren, Mr. Welch, Mr. Whitehouse, Mr. Wicker, Mr. Wyden, Mr. Young. Senators voting in the affirmative: Barrasso, Blackburn, Collins, Kramer, Crapo, Husted, Sheehy, Thune. Senators voting in the negative: Baldwin, Cortez Masto, Duckworth, Durbin, Kelly, Kim, Merkley, Murray, Ossoff, Peters, Rosen, Slotkin, Van Hollen, Welch. Mr. Reed. Mr. Reed. No. Ms. Murkowski. Ms. Murkowski, aye. Mrs. Moody, Mrs. Moody. Aye. Mr. Langford, Mr. Langford, aye. Mr. Rounds, aye. Mr. Schumer, no. Mr. Moreno, aye. Mr. Whitehouse, no. Mr. Paul, aye. Ms. Ernst, aye. Mrs. Fisher, aye. Mr. Scott of Florida, aye. Mr. Padilla, no. Mr. Banks, aye. Ms. Cantwell, no. Mr. Young, aye. Mr. Kane, no. Mr. Cornyn, aye. Mr. Coons, no. Mr. Hawley, aye. Mr. Wyden, no. Mr. Sanders, no. Mr. King, no. Mr. Scott of South Carolina, aye. Mrs. Capito, aye. Mr. Warner, no. Ms. Hassan, no. Mr. Mullen, aye. Mrs. Hyde Smith, aye. Mr. Budd, Mr. Budd, aye. Mr. Tuberville, aye. Mr. Cotton, aye. Mr. Kennedy, aye. Mr. Murphy, no. Mr. Ricketts, aye. Mr. Curtis, aye. Mr. Bennett, no. Mrs. Shaheen, no. Mr. Blumenthal, no. Mr. Fetterman, no. Mr. Cassidy, aye. Mr. Schiff, no. Mr. Heinrich, no. Mr. Markey, no. Mr. Johnson, aye. Mr. Wicker, aye. Ms. Hirono, no. Mr. Graham, aye. Mr. Moran, aye. Ms. Alsobrooks, no. Mr. Lujan, no. Mr. Marshall, aye. Mr. Bozeman, aye. Mrs. Brett, aye. Mr. Hickenlooper, no. Mr. Grassley, aye. Mr. Cruz, aye. Mr. Gallego, no. Ms. Lummis, aye. Mr. Haggerty, aye. Mr. Risch, aye. Mr. Schatz, no. Mr. McCormick, aye. Mr. Justice, aye. Ms. Blunt Rochester, no. Mr. Hoven, aye. Mr. Schmidt, aye. Mr. Warnock, Haynes, aye. Ms. Smith, no. Mr. Tillis, aye. Ms. Warren, no. Mrs. Gillibrand, Mrs. Gillibrand. No. Mr. Sullivan, Mr. Sullivan, aye. Mr. McConnell, Mr. McConnell, aye.
On this vote, the yeas are 52, the nays are 45, and the nomination is confirmed. Under the previous order, the motion to reconsider is considered made and laid upon the table, and the President will be immediately notified of the Senate's action. The clerk will report the motion to invoke cloture.
Cloture motion, we, the undersigned senators, in accordance with the provisions of Rule 22 of the Standing Rules of the Senate, do hereby move to bring to a close debate on the nomination of Caleb Orr of Texas to be an Assistant Secretary of State, Economic and Business Affairs, signed by 17 senators.
Under the previous order, the mandatory quorum call under Rule 22 has been waived. The question is it the sense of the Senate that the debate on the nomination of Caleb Orr of Texas to be Assistant Secretary of State for Economic and Business Affairs shall be brought to a close? The yeas and nays are mandatory under the rule. The clerk will call the roll.
Ms. Alsoo-Brooks. Ms. Baldwin. Mr. Banks. Mr. Barrasso. Mr. Bennett. Mrs. Blackburn. Mr. Blumenthal. Ms. Blunt-Rochester. Mr. Booker. Mr. Bozeman. Mrs. Britt. Mr. Budd. Ms. Cantwell. Mrs. Capito. Mr. Cassidy. Ms. Collins. Mr. Coons. Mr. Cornyn. Ms. Cortez Masto, Mr. Cotton, Mr. Kramer, Mr. Crapo, Mr. Cruz, Mr. Curtis, Mr. Daines, Ms. Duckworth, Mr. Durbin, Ms. Ernst, Mr. Fetterman, Mrs. Fisher, Mr. Gallego, Mrs. Gillibrand, Mr. Graham, Mr. Grassley, Mr. Haggerty, Ms. Hassan, Mr. Hawley, Mr. Heinrich, Mr. Hickenlooper, Ms. Hirono, Mr. Hoven, Mr. Husted, Mrs. Hyde-Smith, Mr. Johnson, Mr. Justice, Mr. Kane, Mr. Kelly, Mr. Kennedy, Mr. Kim, Mr. King, Ms. Klobuchar, Mr. Langford, Mr. Lee, Mr. Lujan, Ms. Lummis, Mr. Markey, Mr. Marshall, Mr. McConnell, Mr. McCormick, Mr. Merkley, Mrs. Moody, Mr. Moran, Mr. Marino, Mr. Mullen, Ms. Murkowski, Mr. Murphy, Mrs. Murray, Mr. Ossoff, Mr. Padilla, Mr. Paul, Mr. Peters, Mr. Reed, Mr. Ricketts, Mr. Risch, Ms. Rosen, Mr. Rounds, Mr. Sanders, Mr. Schatz, Mr. Schiff, Mr. Schmidt, Mr. Schumer, Mr. Scott of Florida, Mr. Scott of South Carolina, Mrs. Shaheen, Mr. Sheehy, Ms. Slotkin, Ms. Smith, Mr. Sullivan, Mr. Thune, Mr. Tillis, Mr. Tuberville, Mr. Van Hollen, Mr. Warner, Mr. Warnock, Ms. Warren, Mr. Whitehouse, Mr. Senators voting in the affirmative: Bozeman, Cotton, Curtis, Daines, Ernst, Fetterman, Graham, Grassley, Hyde-Smith, Justice, Kennedy, Lankford, Marshall, McCormick, Moran, Ricketts, Risch, Scott of Florida, Sullivan, Tillis, Wicker, and Young. Mr. Cornyn, aye. Senators voting in the negative: Also Brooks, Blumenthal, Gillibrand, Kane, Kim, Paul, Reed, Sanders, Schatz, Schiff, Smith, Warnock, Welch, and Wyden. Mr. McConnell, aye. Mr. Murphy, no. Mr. Haggerty, aye. Ms. Cantwell, no. Ms. Murkowski, aye. Mrs. Fisher, aye. Mr. Heinrich, no. Mr. Cassidy, aye. I guess this might last through the week. Ms. Collins, aye. Mr. Thune, Moody, aye. Mrs. Mullen, Mr. Mullen, aye. Ms. Hirono, no. Ms. Blunt Rochester, no. Ms. Lummis, aye. Ms. Baldwin, Ms. Baldwin? No. Ms. Duckworth? Ms. Duckworth? No. Ms. Warren? Ms. Warren? No. Mr. Merkley? Mr. Merkley? No. Mr. Budd? Mr. Budd? Aye. Mr. Husted? Mr. Husted? Aye. Mr. Hickenlooper. Mr. Hickenlooper, no. Mr. Van Hollen. Mr. Van Hollen, no. Mr. Coons. Mr. Coons, aye. Mr. Bennett. Mr. Bennett, no. Mrs. Britt. Mrs. Britt, aye. Mr. Lujan. Mr. Lujan, no. Ms. Cortez Masto. Ms. Cortez Masto, no. Ms. Slotkin. Ms. Slotkin, no. Mr. Peters. Mr. Peters, no. Mr. Moreno. Mr. Moreno, aye. Mr. Kelly. Mr. Kelly, no. Mr. Gallego. Mr. Gallego, no. Mr. Hoven. Mr. Hoven, aye. Mr. Ossoff. Mr. Ossoff, no. Mr. Durbin. Mr. Durbin, no. Mrs. Capito. Mrs. Capito, aye. Mr. Rounds. Mr. Rounds, aye. Mr. Schmidt. Mr. Schmidt, aye. Mr. Crapo. Mr. Crapo, aye. Ms. Rosen. Ms. Rosen, no. Mr. Padilla. Mr. Padilla, no. Mr. Kramer. Mr. Kramer, aye. Mr. Tuberville. Mr. Tuberville, aye. Mr. Warner. Mr. Warner, no. Mr. Sheehy. Mr. Sheehy, aye. Mr. Barrasso. Mr. Barrasso, aye. Ms. Hassan. Ms. Hassan, aye. Mr. Banks. Mr. Banks, aye. Mrs. Murray, no. Mr. Hawley, aye. Mr. Cruz, aye. Mrs. Blackburn, aye. Mrs. Shaheen, aye. Mr. King, aye. Mr. Johnson, aye. Mr. Whitehouse, no. Mr. Markey, no. Mr. Lee. Mr. Lee, aye. Mr. Schumer. Mr. Schumer, no.
Exciting. On this vote, the ayes are 57, the nays are 41. The motion is agreed to. The clerk will report the nomination.
Department of State, Caleb Orr of Texas, to be Assistant Secretary, Economic and Business Affairs.
Mr. President,
Senator from Kentucky.
I know that many of our colleagues and the American people have seen the tragic news out of my hometown just yesterday. I'm grateful for their thoughts and their prayers this morning directed toward the people of Louisville. Folks around our county, Jefferson County, need those prayers right now in the days and weeks to come. The death toll from last evening's UPS crash has continued to rise throughout the day. For the families of these victims and for the injured survivors being treated at area hospitals, life will never be the same. There's a lot of grief welling up right now in Kentucky. This would be true even in the case of a single life lost. But as local first responders, state officials, and federal investigators continue their work today, I'd like to help our colleagues understand what makes this tragedy such a gut punch in a place like Louisville. During the day, Louisville International hums with thousands of passengers from all across passengers from all across the country. A clock, Louisville is also a hub for global shipping and logistics, business supplies, consumer goods, Christmas gifts. If it's going somewhere in short order, there's a very good chance it's passing through UPS Worldport in my hometown of Louisville. None of this is possible without teams of devoted professionals. Louisville is home to logistic experts, warehouse workers, aircraft crew, and maintenance. They take pride in their work, and their community takes pride in them. That's why this crash cuts so deep. It's about all of us. Today, Jefferson County schools and many local businesses are completely closed. Neighbors are mourning neighbors, so today will be a tough day in the Commonwealth. But the people of Louisville are grateful for the swift, life-saving efforts of our first responders, from local police, fire, and EMS. They can trust in the prayers of their fellow Americans. And I want them to know that there are representatives here in Washington are making sure that every federal resource they need is on the ground and headed their way soon. I spoke with Mayor Greenberg this morning, and my team and I will continue to stay in close contact with local, state, and federal officials, including at the FAA and the NTSB in the coming days. But first and foremost, I'm keeping my fellow Kentuckians in my prayers and asking our colleagues to do the same. I suggest you have so quorum.
Clerk, call the roll.
Ms. Osterbrooks.
Good morning, New York.
Morning.
Last night, we made history. I'm so proud to be standing here today as the mayor-elect of the greatest city in the world. Over 2 million New Yorkers cast their ballots. Whether they were the more than million who supported this campaign or the others who supported someone else, or whether they felt too disappointed by the political process to participate at all, I will work every day to honor the trust that I now hold. The poetry of campaigning may have come to a close last night at 9, but the beautiful prose of governing has only just begun. The hard work of improving New Yorkers' lives starts now. That process begins with transition. In the coming months,
sound partisan, but he really is using hunger as a political weapon. Let's back up for a second. On September 30th, this administration, the Trump administration, released a plan saying that they were going to use a contingency fund to pay SNAP benefits during the shutdown. So this is the way it's been done. Every time there's a shutdown, there's a pocket of money that's literally there to pay SNAP benefits in case there's an emergency of any kind, including a lapse in appropriations. But then 3 weeks later, they said, never mind, we're not permitted to pay these benefits during a shutdown. Now, that was clearly not the case, and they had already issued guidance saying, we're going to use this fund. They pulled it because they wanted to create leverage, but then they went to court to argue against paying these SNAP benefits. And then 2 separate judges said, not only are you permitted to use this contingency fund to pay nutritional assistance benefits to the working poor, children, the elderly, the disabled. Not only are you permitted to do that, you're required under the statute to do that. So now you got 2 federal judges saying the law is clear. It's not a question of whether you're permitted to do it or not. It's actually whether you're permitted to not do it. And the judges both said, you got to do this. That's what the law says. And so this week, they announced that they're only going to pay half of the benefits. They're going to pay half of the SNAP benefits that 40 million Americans need. And it's kind of even worse than that because SNAP goes through state agencies. And state agencies, in a lot of cases, the unemployment system is like this. They have these antiquated computer systems. And so any change in the benefit structure has to be reprogrammed into their computer systems and then loaded up onto the EBT cards. And so some states are going to be able to implement this half benefit within a few days. But there are several states with antiquated computer systems that are saying it could be weeks or even months. And I just want to make this point extremely clear. None of that is necessary. They're clearly feeling some amount of heat and urgency to end the shutdown. And so usually what you do if you're the President of the United States and you feel an urgent need to cut a deal is you try to get the people with whom you would need to make a deal into a room and begin a negotiation. But Trump really doesn't want to do that. He thinks we're evil. His senior advisor has called the Democratic Party a domestic terrorist organization or some such thing. And so he's just like, I don't know if he's incapable or at least so far unwilling to do the basic blocking and tackling required by being a political leader at any level. County council, mayor, state legislature, lieutenant governor, House, Senate, whatever, you got to like interact with people that you have disagreements with, but he doesn't want to do that. And so his theory of change, Stephen Miller, Russ Vought, some of these folks, is we're just going to squeeze Democrats. Now that would be like normal hardball politics, except for this. What they mean by squeezing Democrats is they mean threatening to shut down or throttle air traffic What they mean by squeezing Democrats is canceling long-planned, long-approved projects that benefit everybody across the country. What they mean by squeezing Democrats in this particular instance is that 40 million people are going to not have enough to eat. And so, look, I don't always want to be the partisan warrior. I like interacting with my Republican colleagues. I come from the state of Hawaii where it's a decisive majority of Democrats. So one of the muscles that I had to develop over the last 13 years was sort of how to interact with the other party and make arrangements, cut deals, compartmentalize, the problems that I have with some of these folks on other issues and find common ground. And my appeal to my Republican colleagues is very simple. Can we just leave the kids harmless? Can we leave the hungry harmless? Like, we're clearly in a disagreement about how the appropriations process and this Affordable Care Act subsidy question should be wrestled to the ground. Now, my own view is like, let's just be adults and convene and then wrangle and argue and shout at each other a little bit and then reconvene and then cut the deal. That's how the country is supposed to work. But separate and apart from that, can we please say that using hunger as a weapon is out of bounds in the United States? There is a long and pretty dark history, an evil history of politicians, some popularly elected, some not elected, using food as a means of political control. And I think that's not a road that we want to go down. I think we want to say, whatever else we're fighting about, if there are Americans who are hungry, that we should hold them harmless. And just to be clear, there is no shortage of money in the United States of America. Stock market is booming. You've got these AI data centers like racking up $100 and $200 billion capital expenditure plans. There is enough money sloshing around in the public and the private sector to pay for food. There really is. If you're a regular person trying to put food on the table for your family, if you are trying to keep your health insurance premiums from more than doubling, if you're struggling to pay your bills and make ends meet because everything is getting more expensive, there's no money for you. But there is enough money for a golden toilet. And there is enough money for a $173 million new aircraft for the Secretary of Homeland Security. And there is $40 billion country of Argentina to bail them out, which coincidentally is about the amount of money that it would cost to extend these Affordable Care Act tax credits. So it's not a question of the economy is contracting and our debt is out of control and all the rest of it. This body just passed a $1.5 trillion deficit increase in the form of a tax cut where the benefits go not exclusively but disproportionately to wealthy individuals. And so it's not a question of there not being enough money. The problem is that they have decided that there's not enough money for you. I yield the floor.
President.
Senator from Iowa.
Thank you, Mr. President. I come to the Senate floor today to express my concern about recent attacks on the legitimacy of the judicial branch of government. Fair and neutral judiciary plays a very indispensable role in our constitutional structure. Judges wield enormous power, and their decisions determine the legal rights of the parties before them. One especially potent power of the judiciary is the practice of executive. We accept this judicial review because neutral arbiters are necessary in a system based upon the rule of law, but this system only works if everyone accepts that the arbiters are, in fact, neutral. Litigants, the co-equal branches, not what those judges wish the law to be. Our judicial system also requires respect for appellate review. The federal courts are hierarchical, and the rule of law depends on public confidence that lower courts will faithfully apply and respect the decisions of the higher courts. It's no surprise that some people are not always happy with how the courts exercise judicial power. Criticism is fair and sometimes warranted, but too often it is strayed into outright attacks on the judiciary as an institution. Today, however, I'm here to discuss attacks on the judiciary coming particularly from a concerning place, that is, within the judiciary itself. It's one thing for the political branches or the public to criticize the Supreme Court. It's entirely different for federal judges themselves to undermine their own branch of government. In two high-profile instances in the last few months, numerous judges have anonymously, as you might expect, gone to the press to denigrate the Supreme Court, and this ought to be deeply concerning, not only to this senator, but the public at large. On September 4th, 2025, NBC News published a report alleging that 12 federal judges gave anonymous interviews, and 10 of them took that opportunity to criticize the Supreme Court. One judge described the Supreme Court's conduct as, quote, unquote, inexcusable. And another judge said the Supreme Court, quote, is effectively assisting the Trump administration in undermining the lower courts, end of quote. Then we have a big hit piece by the New York Times on October the 11th, 2025. That newspaper ran a story where they sought out judges specifically to criticize the Supreme Court. The Times approached 400 of the almost 1,500 federal judges with questionnaires. The Times intentionally solicited judges in districts that litigants considered to be unfavorable to the current president. Of the 400 judges approached, thank God only a small percentage took the offer. I think this is an important point. Then we can draw the conclusion most federal judges didn't take the bait of the New York Times because it violated the ethics of the judiciary. So only a small percentage did, but that's still a fabulous 65 judges responding to the Times questionnaire. And it happens that some responded with very harsh criticism. They gave the Times then the fodder that they needed to spin the narrative of a Jude. The Times called the Supreme Court emergency orders mystical, overly blunt, incredibly demoralizing and troubling, and another quote, a slap in the face to the district courts. One judge compared their district's current relationship with the Supreme Court to, quote unquote, a war zone. Another said the courts were in the midst of, their words, a judicial crisis. I'm deeply concerned, and I hope the public at large is, that these public attacks on the court from sitting federal judges damage the public's faith and confidence in our judicial system. When judges call the legitimacy of their own branch of government into question, they erode the faith of the institutions itself. My colleague, the chairman of the Committee on Judiciary in the House of Representatives, shares these concerns. Together, we sent a letter of concern to Chief Justice Roberts. We expressed our concern that the conduct of the judges, as reported, may violate the applicable ethical canons. We also asked whether the judicial branch will give guidance to federal judges or even investigate this matter. The document called the Code of Conduct for United States Judges is very clear that judges have an obligation to uphold public confidence in the judiciary. For example, Canon 2 states, and I quote, "A judge should act at all times in a manner that promotes public confidence in the integrity and impartiality of the judiciary," end of quote. In 2024, Chief Judge Diaz of the Fourth Circuit applied the canon in resolving a judicial complaint against a judge for authoring an opinion piece lambasting a sitting Supreme Court justice. He concluded that the judge in question violated the canons and, quote, diminished the public confidence in the integrity and independence of the federal judiciary, end quote. Chief Judge Diaz reasoning appears to apply with similar force to the recent anonymous attacks on the court. Anonymous public comments from sitting judges describing the relationship between the Supreme Court and lower courts as a quote-unquote war zone and otherwise attacking the legitimacy of the Supreme Court rulings undermines public confidence in the integrity and impartiality of the judiciary. In fact, it may violate the code of conduct. Judges shouldn't mimic the infighting and rhetorical attacks that are so common among us in the political arena. This damages the public faith in the judiciary. The Supreme Court is then a uniquely American institution that has played an important role since our republic's founding, and in contrast to the other branches, meaning the political branches of the federal government, the Supreme Court is meant to stand above the day-to-day squabbles of politics. And that's not just the Supreme Court, as I implied, that's the entire, every level of the judicial branch. For the most part, the court does this remarkably well, speaking of the Supreme Court. We know this because neither Democrat
From the lakes of Minnesota to the hills of Tennessee, across the plains of Texas, from sea to shining sea, from Detroit down to Houston and New York to LA, where there's pride in every American heart, and it's time we stand and say
Wow, what a nice group. And I love Miami. I love to be with the people. Many of you are not from Miami, but that's okay too. And I'm thrilled to be back in magnificent Florida, Miami, Florida, with thousands of incredible business leaders and true American patriots. That's what you are. We're gathered today on the one-year anniversary of the single most consequential election victory, they say. This is them, this isn't me. I'm a very modest person, I would never say this. The single most consequential election victory in American history is possible. I mean, it's possible. We've done a lot. On November 5th, 2024, the American people reclaimed our government. We restored our sovereignty. We lost a little bit of sovereignty last night in New York, but we'll take care of it, don't worry about it. We rescued our economy, regained our liberty, and together we saved our country. On that magnificent night, 365 days ago, you know, I was with a group of very important people, and they say, think of it, last week, just last week, 6 days ago, 7 days ago, They said, you were campaigning 1 year ago. I said, no, it felt like I've been in this position for so long. And it's right. At that point, 1 year ago, I was actually campaigning. We did the McDonald's shot. Remember the McDonald's shot? We did the garbage truck shot. And actually, the McDonald's one was the biggest hit in the history of Google. Can you believe that? Number one, the garbage truck did well, but not as well. I guess there's something about McDonald's, right? But it worked. And we won a tremendous election. We won all 7 swing states. We won the great state of Florida, by the way, by 1.4 million votes, which is unprecedented. Biggest victory ever in Florida, including an 11-point victory right here in a place called Miami-Dade County. We won the popular vote for the first time of any Republican in many decades. We won the Electoral College 312 to 226. And we won 86% of the counties in America. That's a big one. 2,700 to 525. I'd say that's called a landslide, right? We got more votes from African Americans than any Republican candidate in history. We also won a record share of votes from the incredible Hispanic American community. There might be a couple of us. Biggest vote in history. And above all, we won a resounding mandate to make America great again, which is what we're doing. And every day since, I've been fighting to turn the promise made into the ultimate promise kept. We're going to do our job. We have a big job to do. We've done really well. I think it's the best 9 months, they say, of any president. And I really believe that if we can have a few more 9 months like this, you'd be very happy. You'd be very satisfied. But it's been pretty incredible, with trillions and trillions of dollars being poured back into our country by other countries and other places and people. 1 year ago, we were a dead country. Now we're a country that's considered the hottest country anywhere in the world. It's the hottest country. We are now in the hottest country anywhere in the world. And I'm pleased to report that today the United States has the strongest economy, the strongest borders, the strongest military, friendships, and the strongest spirit of any nation anywhere. We have the greatest economy right now. A lot of people don't see that. But if you look at what's happening with all the factories, AI, auto plants all over the country being built, that if you would have thought about that 2 or 3 years ago, you would have said it was the opposite. They were all leaving. Now they're all coming in. They're all coming back and then some. And I think that we can honestly say, and I think you're going to see it even more so over the next 12 months, that this is the golden age of America. This is the golden age. In the prior 4 years, crooked Joe Biden oversaw less than $1 trillion of new investment in the United States. So in 4 years, less than, think of it, less than 1 trillion. That was not doing too good. In 9 months, I've secured commitments of over $18 trillion, and we're going to have 21 trillion within the first year. So Sleepy Joe did, think of that. In 4 years, he did less than $1 trillion. We're going to have 21 trillion in 1 year. I would say it's slightly better. Slightly, just a little bit better. The stock market is set 40-time, all-time record highs, and just recently, record high, record high, record high. All of them, all of the different exchanges. GDP growth in the second quarter was an amazing, almost 4%. And as you know, they said, oh, it'll be 2% or 1%. And it's been really helped a lot by the tariffs. It's been really helped incredibly, because this is really a transition period. We went from a horrible, failed country to a tremendous success. It's a transition, and yet we did almost 4%, triple and even quadruple almost every other country anywhere in the world. Think of that. In the third quarter, we're on track to achieve an estimated 4.2, maybe more, who knows. I think if you go a couple of years out, you're going to see numbers like you've never seen, because all of these places that are now under construction, they're being built, they're going to be open, and thousands of jobs, hundreds of thousands of jobs are coming in, even building them. But when they open, that's when you're really going to see the numbers. We're building some of the biggest buildings ever built anywhere in the world. The AI buildings, you know, they can cover, they show displays of them. They can cover the island of Manhattan. They're so big. They literally can cover the island of Manhattan. In 9 months, we've lifted over 600,000 Americans off of food stamps, which is a record. 1.9 million more American-born workers are employed today. Think of that. Almost 2 million American-born workers are employed today, more than when I took office. That's 9 months ago. Can you imagine that? And I tell Republicans, if you want to win elections, you got to talk about these facts, you know. It's really easy to win elections when you talk about the facts. And we have more people working now than at any time in the history of our country. Right now, we have more people working. These are things you have to talk about. It doesn't just happen. You got to tell them. It's wonderful to do them, but if people don't talk about them, then you can do not so well in elections. Wages for workers are rising at the fastest pace in over 60 years. Those are workers, and that's what we love. We love the workers. Since I took office, wages for the typical factory worker are up $1,300. Construction workers' pay is up $2,200, and miners are up nearly $5,000 this year alone. And that's good because it's not, you know, such an extra cost to the company. It really isn't. Somebody would say, oh, well, it's going to cost more. The fact is that they're doing such business like they've never done. You're going to start seeing numbers coming out very soon that are going to blow your mind. Under Biden, we had the worst inflation in modern history. We had inflation that was so bad, costing the typical family about $33,000 over a period of time. Their policies send food prices up 23. They come in, you know, when I first came in, I was in for 3 days, and one of the fake news members, they're all back there. That's a lot of press. Fake news. They said, egg prices are through the roof. I was there for 3 days. And this maniac, this lunatic person, happened to be a woman. Sir, what are you going to do about egg prices? And they'd gone up like 4 or 5 times. I said, well, you just told me it has a problem. And people weren't buying Easter eggs. You believe it? I said, we're buying Easter eggs for the White House, for the egg hunt, the famous egg hunt. But within a couple of months, we got them down. We have a great Department of Agriculture headed by Brooke Rollins, and we did a great job, and we got them down to the level they originally were a long time ago. And we have that in just about everything. And if we don't have it, we get them down. Their policies sent food prices soaring 23%, the Biden policies. And it wasn't him. It was the people surrounding him around the desk. He didn't know what the hell he was doing. Biden. How the hell did that happen? Well, I know how it happened. A rigged election. That's how it happened. Think of the damage done. Although I must tell you, but this is a much more powerful term. I mean, this is a much better term. In one way, it's bad to see how bad people... You're going to see the same thing in New York, by the way. You watch what happens in New York. Terrible. But you're going to see that same thing. And I hope it doesn't happen, but you're going to see it. Gas prices are surging to $5 a gallon, even higher, and mortgage rates skyrocketed by 152%. But under the Trump administration, all of that is changing. Prices are coming down very fast, and we're bringing them back to the beautiful part where you can have, and you can truly say, we're talking about the American dream again. You didn't used to hear that term. You heard it during my 4 years, and then it disappeared. Now you're hearing it again more than ever. Because we had the most successful economy in the history of our country during my first 4 years. We rebuilt the economy, cut the biggest tax cut in history. We had the biggest tax cut in history, the biggest regulation cut in history. That's why we had the great economy. And now the only difference is we're doing better this time. Actually, we're going to have a bigger, better, stronger economy than the first 4 years. And that was the biggest, that was the most successful economy in history. Gasoline prices have plummeted to the lowest in 2 decades, and we're going to soon see $2 gasoline. Think of that, $2 a gallon. It was up to $4.50, $5. And you know, when you get gasoline and you get oil and gas down, it's so big, it's so massive, the importance of it, that everything else starts to follow. And that's what's happening. Grocery prices are way down, and Walmart just announced that the cost of their standard Thanksgiving meal, this is the greatest. They're greatest, they're wonderful. They come out every year with how much does a Thanksgiving meal cost compared to last year, right? And it always goes up, up, up. It's 40%, 30% more. Is 25% lower than 1 year ago. Isn't that great? That's a big deal, Rima. That's a big deal. I don't know if they care about that in Saudi Arabia, but here it means a lot. We got the princess here from Saudi Arabia. She's got a lot of cash. Serious cash, and she's a great person. So she doesn't care about the price of a turkey is down a little bit, you know, she doesn't have to worry about it. Since March, the price of eggs is down 85%. Energy prices are down, interest rates are down, despite the fact that we have a total nincompoop at the Federal Reserve. It was recommended by one of my real great people, who I'd never spoke to again. And the cost of the typical new mortgage is down by nearly $3,000 a year. Day by day, we're making America affordable again. It's going to be affordable again at a really record pace. And, you know, other people are going to take credit. All the mayors and all the governors, they're going to say what a great job. They didn't do a damn thing. Yet as we speak, the Democrats in Congress are trying to put all of this progress at risk and drag us back to the Biden policies of soaring prices, crushing energy costs, massive spending, open borders, let the world come into our country from prisons and from mental institutions, let them pour in, and rampant inflation. That's what Biden gave us, all of those things. With the reckless Democrat shutdown, virtually every Democrat in Congress has voted to hold the American people hostage in an effort to extort hundreds of billions of dollars in new spending. They're demanding free health care for illegal aliens that just came into our country from prisons and from mental institutions, and drug dealers and drug addicts, and they want to give $1.5 trillion in giveaways that would turbocharge rapid inflation again, as they did the first time. You remember that just a couple of years ago, 4 disastrous years we just had. They were the worst years. Meanwhile, the radical left Democrats are causing millions of Americans who depend on food stamps to go without benefits. They're forcing federal workers to go without paychecks, and they're stranding thousands of travelers at the airports. And you understand it, and they understand it. All because they want to return to the failed Biden policies that created, and also Obama policies. I watched him the other day up talking, well, Donald Trump is a mean person. I'm not a mean person. I just want to have a country that's great again. Is that okay? I'm not a mean person. He's a mean person. He's a divider. He's a divider. Obama, Barack Hussein Obama. And by the way, ask him how he's doing on his museum library. He's got hundreds of millions of dollars of cost overruns. It's come to a dead halt. He built it in not a particularly good location. He's not into real estate, you know. He doesn't know about location. He doesn't know about location. But he built it in a location that's not going to be too good. But the thing has come to a dead halt. It's way over budget. It's sort of like Gavin Newsom in California. He's got a train that was supposed to go from San Francisco to Los Angeles, which is a stupid idea because an airplane is faster. I don't care how fast it goes. And they had plenty of airplanes. San Francisco, inside San Francisco to inside right there, L.A. And what they did is they said, oh, man, this has been going on for years. It's billions and billions of dollars over budget. So what they decided to do is cut it so that it doesn't go into San Francisco and into L.A. It goes way short of both. And then they cut it again and again and again. Pretty soon they're going to have like 2 miles of track. Billions and billions of dollars. Totally incompetent. The biggest cost overrun proportionately that I've ever seen. Many, many, many times more. And it's no longer the same. It was supposed to go into the city. Now it's way short, many miles short of the city. So they're going to drop you off and you can walk the rest of the way. That train is going to haunt him. You watch, because he doesn't have what it takes. I tell you that. Slimy guy. He's a slimy one. Maybe that should be his nickname. Slimy Newsom, right? but he doesn't have it. But you look at that train, it's going to cost him. Republicans have voted 14 times to fund the government, and it's time for Chuck Schumer, crying Chuck. Remember he started crying at the airplanes? They were the worst forced tears. I've known him all his life. He's never cried, but he broke down in tears. He was so devastated. He didn't know why he was crying, but he just thought it was good to do. His people told him this was a good time to cry, crying Chuck. But it's time for Chuck Schumer and the radical Democrat Congress to stop playing games with the people's lives and to pass a clean funding bill that they've done 30 times before. And to reopen government immediately, just reopen it. They don't like it to be reopened because we're setting records. They think actually, I don't think anything's going to hurt. We are so strong now that I'm not sure that anything's going to hurt. But it would be good to open it up, take care of the people with jobs that aren't going to get paid and aren't getting paid. And no matter what, we will not let them impose their inflation-causing extremism on the American people. We're not going to pay $1.5 billion for people that came into our country illegally, okay? If you don't mind. That's what they did last time. Remember the Inflation Reduction Act? The greatest scam, one of the greatest scams. I would say some of their environmental scams were even bigger, but one of the greatest scams ever, Inflation Reduction Act. And then they admitted it had nothing to do with inflation reduction, remember? But it did actually cause massive inflation. It actually caused massive inflation. But we don't use auto pens in the Trump administration to sign things. We don't believe in that. You know, I get these guys come in with these big, beautiful documents, gorgeous, beautiful, must cost a fortune. I should check the price. But, you know, a general is being made or something, you know, some big post. And they say, sir, would you sign this, please? It's going to be a 4-star general, or it's going to be a big cabinet position, or it's going to be something with medical or whatever. I take my pen and I sign it. In his case, they walk it into a room and they give it to somebody who's no idea who Biden is. But Biden doesn't have any idea who he is either. And they have a machine sign it, the auto pen. And all of the pardons, he gave thousands of pardons to people. He had no idea about it. He didn't know about it. And therefore, all those pardons are void. You know, you have to have, it's a very complicated thing if you're going to use a machine. You have to do it properly. And he didn't have any idea what was happening. And this is what we had as a president. We don't want that. You have the opposite right now. I don't want to be braggadocious, but you have the exact, I know exactly what's happened. If you want to see what congressional Democrats wish to do to America, just look at the result of yesterday's election in New York, where their party installed a communist as the mayor of the largest city in the nation. Remember, I've said we will never have a socialist elected to any post in our country. I used to say that, and I was right. We skipped socialist and we put in a communist instead. That didn't work out too well. But as I've warned for many years, our opponents are hell-bent on turning America into a communist Cuba or socialist Venezuela, and you see what happened to those places. For generations, Miami has been a haven for those fleeing communist tyranny in South Africa. I mean, if you take a look at what's going on in parts of South Africa, look at South Africa, what's going on. Look at South America, what's going on. You know, I'm not going to, we have a G20 meeting in South Africa. South Africa shouldn't even be in the Gs anymore because what's happened there is bad. I'm not going. I told them I'm not going. I'm not going to represent our country there. It shouldn't be there. Take a look at what's happening in different parts of South America. Take a look at what's happening in different parts of the world. But now the Democrats are so extreme that Miami will soon be the refuge for those fleeing communism in New York City. They flee. They flee. Where do you live? New York City, but I'm trying to leave because I don't want to live in a communist regime. I hope it works out for New York. I love New York. I love New York. When I left New York for the White House, it was good, except we had, you know, the telltale signs of trouble because we had a guy named de Blasio. Do you ever hear of him as mayor? He goes down as probably the worst mayor in history. Then he went to Harvard to teach government. Do you believe it? They took de Blasio, and they took that mayor from Chicago, the woman The one that gets her hair done very expensively, right? Beautiful hair. She got beautiful, luxuriant hair. And they took her, she's teaching at Harvard. They're teaching government. And then you hear about Harvard. We're trying to work a settlement with Harvard right now for about like a lot of money. I won't tell you what, but you'll be reading about it pretty soon. Because what they've done to Jewish people and what they've done to others is pretty bad, I'll tell you. It's pretty bad. Going to cost them a lot of money. After last night's results, the decision facing all Americans could not be more clear. We have a choice between communism and common sense. Does that make sense to you? Common sense. It's common sense or communism. And you know, you take a look back 1,000 years, it hasn't worked. If it worked, we'd be using it, I guess, but it hasn't worked. Our opponents are offering an economic nightmare. We're delivering an economic miracle. We have delivered in 9 months. This is the biggest investment of funds in a country in history by many times. That's good. They want higher spending for government and illegal aliens. We want bigger paychecks for American workers and American families, and that's what we're delivering. You see that. They stand for crime and chaos and corruption. We stand for law and order and justice. Also, strong borders. Boy, do we have strong borders. They put America last. We put America first. We put America first. And as long as I'm in the White House, the United States is not going communist in any way, shape, or form. We'll stop it. We're going to stop it. Stop this nonsense. You know, I said they were voting last night. You can have a communist or a thug. A communist, and they took the communist, you know. It's pretty amazing. We could have done a little better in terms of candidates. From day one of my administration, I've been fighting every single day to turn around the catastrophe we inherited to make America the best place on the planet Earth to do business. And that's what it is. Right now, we're the #1 place. I'm getting plants approved in 2 weeks. It used to take 20 years before they got rejected. You'd have young people start off. Their whole business was getting a certain plant accepted. 22 years later, they're ready to retire, and they haven't gotten it. And then they go to a vote, and they get rejected after 22. They wasted a whole life looking for an acceptance. We do it in 2 weeks. We make sure it's good. We make sure it's great and proper, environmentally sound. Takes 2 weeks. My goal is to have the best tax rates, the lowest energy cost, the lowest regulatory burden, the most advanced technology, and the fairest trade deals anywhere in the world. You know, we're leading China. We're leading everybody by a lot in AI. And this was my idea, so I'm very proud of it. I said, build your own electric. People would come. We need more electric grid, sir. The electric grid's 200 years old. We need more electric grid. It's old. The electricity that the AI plants need alone is double the entire electricity that we have in the country right now. Can you believe it? So I had this idea. I said, we can't fix the old grid that much. We'll fix it up. We'll keep it going. A little Band-Aid here, a little Band-Aid there. It's old. And I said, here's what we're going to do. We're going to let these geniuses build their own electric generation. So they are building their own electric utility plants. They become a utility, if you think about it. They're building the utility and the electric right alongside. This is where they have their transformers and everything. They're building the most expensive electric plants you've ever seen, generating plants. Some by nuclear, some by oil and gas, some by coal as a substitute. They're building them right next to their plant, and they're incredible. People say they've never seen anything like it because these minds are genius. To them, an electric plant is not complicated. To them, an electric plant is better than the people that produce electricity, although Florida Power and Light is doing a lot of plants for people. They're pretty advanced, I have to tell you. But they're building their own juice next to the plant. Isn't that sort of a cool idea? And you know, when I first proposed that, they came into my office with, you know, they have unlimited money, but they were trying to figure out how they can build it because they had no electric of any consequence. And I said, you're going to build your own plant. I'm going to get you your approvals in 2 weeks, 3 weeks, maybe a month if I'm slow. We have a great man, Lee Zeldin, in charge of the environment. He's incredible. And he's tough, too. He's very tough. But they have their approval in 2-3 weeks. You know, they're dealing with the best experts in the world. They know what they're doing. It's amazing when you see some of this stuff come in, designed by guys with 190 IQs, and then you have an inspector who's not quite as smart as that, inspecting it to see whether or not it's okay. And he has no idea what he's looking at. No idea. But I said, you're designing your own electric plant. And they didn't believe it. They come in 2 weeks later, they said, the biggest problem is electric. I said, you can design your own plant. And we're going to have your approvals within 2 to 4 weeks. And they said, he's really serious about it. They thought I was kidding. It was so good, they couldn't believe it. They'd leave and they couldn't believe it. It took me 2 or 3 times to say it. Yeah, they're designing their own electric plants, and it's unbelievable. And then they're going to sell their excess electricity back into the grid. So we benefit in that way, too. In July, I proudly signed into law the largest tax cuts in American history. Now, that's the second time. I did it the first time, but these are even larger, the great, big, beautiful bill. And that includes no tax on tips, no tax on overtime, no tax on Social Security for our great seniors, no tax on Social Security. I wonder which is the most popular of the no tax on tips. You know, I was in Nevada, in my building in Las Vegas, and I had this beautiful young waitress come up to me. I never talk about beauty anymore because politically, if you mention somebody's beautiful, that's the end of your political career. So I don't mention that she was beautiful, but she was beautiful. And she came up and I said, how you doing? Oh, sir, I'm not doing well. The government is horrible on tips. I said, really? How do they tax? They tax tips? They tax us and they go after us. I've never seen anything like it. It's made my life miserable. Sir, there should be no tax on tips. She said to me, no tax on tips. I said, say it again. She said, sir, there should be no tax on tips. So we had a lot of the fake news waiting for me outside of the restaurant. So I went out, I said, ladies and gentlemen, I have an announcement to make. There will be no tax on tips. That's how it all started. And I won Nevada. I won Nevada. Because, you know, in Nevada, every job is basically, you know, you're a waitress or you're working in a hotel. No, that's how it started, so it was amazing. We won Nevada easily, which is usually not a stronghold for Republicans, but it's become a stronghold. So I want to thank the waitress. She did a great job. But when she said those words, sir, there should be no tax on tips, it's amazing. Somebody else would hire a consultant, pay them millions and millions of dollars. They'll come back, and they'll say, sir, I think you should absolutely tax tips, and you'll lose the election. But we also have 100% expensing for all new factories, plants, and equipment, so your businesses can write it off all in 1 year, and that's a lot of jobs you're doing and producing. That was, to me, the biggest thing in the first bill. But this is even better because this goes for a 10-year period. Upon taking office, I signed an executive order requiring that every new regulation, every time we issue a new regulation, think of this, 10 old regulations must be eliminated simultaneously. So if we give you one, you get rid of 10. And so far, for 9 months, we're exceeding that. And it's 30 to 1. For every new one we give, they're getting rid of 30 old, broken down regulations. And we've slashed nearly $1 trillion worth of regulatory burdens. We have regulations that are so old and nobody uses them, but they stymied a lot of production, a lot of jobs. And I did it the first time, and we had the largest regulation cuts in history, and now we're exceeding it this time. So it's big. It's one of the reasons we did so well then, and I think it's one of the reasons we're doing so well now. Again, we have to talk about it, because if we don't talk about it, nobody else, the fake news, is not going to talk about it. And we have streamlined permitting for the new energy and mining projects. What used to take decades now takes 28 days. And on day one, I signed an executive order to unleash American energy and officially terminate the Green New Scam. Has anyone ever heard of the Green New Scam? Remember the old thing, global warming, and then it would be too cool? And then they said global cool. They didn't know what the hell to say. So they came up with the greatest, climate change. No matter what, if it goes up, if it goes down, climate change. They're very, very smart people, but not smart for us. They're smart for them. But my policy was very simple. Drill, baby, drill. We're drilling like crazy right now. And to curb inflation, we've slashed the size of government for the first time in years, and we're waging total war on waste, fraud, and abuse like we've never done before. Since January, 100,000 bureaucrats have left the federal payroll. Government spending is down 2.5% this quarter compared to 1 year ago. Think of that. In contrast to last administration, 100% of all new jobs created in America under my administration have been created in the private sector. 100% of the jobs have come from the private sector. Otherwise, you don't have a country. I mean, I love government workers, but if you have all government workers, you don't have a country, do you? At the same time, my tariffs are bringing in hundreds of billions of dollars and are helping slash the deficit this year by more than 50%. Did you see the numbers? We're going to be down 50%, anywhere from 25 to 50, but closer to 50%. Who would think of that one? Those are big numbers. Now, take that out 2 or 3 years. To embrace a vital industry here in Miami, I've also signed historic executive orders to end the federal government's war on crypto. Crypto is under siege. It's not under siege anymore because it's a big industry. It's a big industry, and I have a lot of people that are great people, great business people. They're in other businesses, but they're in crypto too. And it takes a lot of the pressure off the dollar. It does a lot of good things, but we're into it. Biden was vicious on crypto. They were going after these crypto guys. It was terrible. They were under indictment, but I got indicted too. I got indicted. I made a phone call. Congratulations on your victory. He made a phone call. Let's indict him. These people are the worst. Then they say, he's gone after Comey. They indicted me. They impeached me. They did everything. It's unbelievable. Who the hell else could have taken that? Do you guys know anybody else that could have taken it? I don't think so. A lot of people say, you're the only one could have taken that. I don't know if that's true, but there aren't too many. We're making the United States the Bitcoin superpower, the crypto capital of the world, and the undisputed leader in artificial intelligence. We're leading China by a lot. Don't forget, if we don't do the crypto properly, China wants to do it. They're starting it, but they want to do it. Other countries want to do it. If we don't do it, it's a big industry. We're honored to be joined today by a man who has been a true champion for many of these bold policies. He really has. He's been a great guy. He was a little late in his endorsement of me, I'll be honest with you. He endorsed me. You know, these guys that endorsed me after I won, I don't know. Sir, I'd like to endorse you. No, I won the election. Nah, he's a good man, actually. I've known him a long time. He's helped turn the area into one of the hottest markets in the country and one of the greatest cities in the world. Miami Mayor Francis Suarez. Please, Francis, come up, please.
You're never gonna let me forget that one, huh? Thank you, my brother. Thank you, Mr. President. Just a little shorter than you were. Oh, it's truly a great honor to be here with you this afternoon and to have you here once again in the great city of Miami. Your leadership and your vision have shaped not only our nation, but also the future of our city. Miami's success today is rooted in the values that are deeply American: opportunity, freedom, safety, and innovation. These are values that you have championed with conviction, and they are the same values that have made Miami a symbol of what's possible. When people believe in the promise of America, Mr. President, I want to personally thank you for your continued support of our vision for this city. It was an honor to stand beside you in the Oval Office when you announced the next year's G20 right here in the city of Miami. Thank you for choosing our city to host what is perhaps the most important and consequential gathering of leaders from around the world. Miami has come a long way, and we will rise to the occasion, Mr. President. On behalf of the people of Miami, it is my privilege and honor here, on behalf of my wife, the America Business Forum, Nacho, Sergio, and everyone, to give you like real estate, right? I do. Yeah. This is a key that opens some really nice presidential library real estate.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Francis. I appreciate it. And you know, he's really a special guy. I'm going to take this, I'm going to put it in the White House, and then I'm going to move it to Doral in about 3.5 years. We put it right in Doral, right? In the lobby of Doral. A lot of people from Doral. Well, thank you. That's a great honor. I also want to thank a man who has been unbelievable in terms of Israel and so many other things. He was a great real estate developer, but he had a great personality. And you need a personality for this. And I said, he's just as good as there is, and he's done so well. And you look at what's happened with Israel. We have peace in the Middle East. Can you believe it? Peace in the Middle East. And he's Special Envoy Steve Witkoff. Steve, where are you, Steve? Wherever you may be. Where are you? Steve, thank you. What a job you've done. Thank you very much. What a job he's done. That guy's got that personality. Now, you know, a lot of deal makers don't have good personalities. You end up in a war. They make the deal, but you end up in a war. This guy, I loved him for years. I've known it. And he was the right guy for the job. Peace in the Middle East. 3,000 years. They've never had peace in the Middle East. We're going to have it, too. We're doing well. Just keeps going along. And we just had a meeting. It's even more and more so. And so many people in this room are very much into Israel and the Middle East. And it's been amazing what we've been able to do. And you've done such a big part of it, along with a very special young genius named Jared Kushner, who helped you so much. And he's the Abraham Accords, right? He's the father of the Abraham Accords. And by the way, my granddaughter, Arabella, would you stand up, Arabella? She looks so great. I said, how are you marks in school, Arab? Grandpa, I have all A's and A. Know that. Like it was a stupid question I asked her, right? We're proud of you, Arabella. Jared, what a great job. And we have a lot of people joining now the Abraham Accords. And hopefully we're going to get Saudi Arabia very soon, but I'm not saying that. I'm not lobbying. No, but we have a lot of people. We have a lot of people that are coming aboard. You know, the key was when we took out the nuclear capability of Iran, all of a sudden everybody said, wow, that was nice. They've been wanting to do that for 20 years. Saudi Arabia's ambassador to the United States, Princess Rima, thank you very much. Please stand up. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you very much. Say hello to everybody. Okay? Say hello to a great group of people in Saudi Arabia. Thank you. Stephen Miner, Mayor of Miami Beach. Stephen Miner. Where is Stephen? Thank you, Stephen. Thank you. Good job you're doing. Excellent. Thank you, Stephen. The Mayor of Coral Gables, Vince Lego. Vince Lego, thank you. Thank you. Great job, Vince. The Mayor of Doral, I love Doral, and I like this woman a lot, Christy Fraga. Christy. Where's Christy? Thank you, Christy. I like Doral. We also have Commissioners Damian Pardo, Laura Dominguez, Ralph Rosado, Miami-Dade Supervisor of Elections, Alina Garcia, the President of FIFA, Gianni Infantino. FIFA, where's Johnny? Whoa, Johnny, my boy. I didn't know he was going to be here. He's big stuff. And the world, look, you know, Johnny and I worked the deal originally, and it looked like I wasn't going to be president because it was in this term, right? So when they rigged the election, I said, oh, man, I have to run again because I want to be president when they have the World Cup, right? And look what happens, Johnny. I'm president when we have the World Cup. It wasn't supposed to be that way. But I can only tell you that the tickets are selling at numbers and record like they've never sold ever before. I heard you just told me that they're doing record business, right? The World Cup coming. Think of it. We have the World Cup coming. We have 250 coming, and we have the Olympics. 250 is 250 years of age. And we have UFC at the White House, by the way, on June 14th. That's going to be at the White House. That's going to be a tough ticket. That's UFC. But we have, think of it, Johnny is there with FIFA, and we have the Olympics. We have it all coming. It's all this thing. I'm glad I'm sort of happy the way things worked out, you know? It's turned out to be as good as it could be. I think we've made more progress than we ever could have made in the second term. I think this is really more progress being made. We also have Formula One CEO Stefano Domenicali, and where's Stefano? Very good. That's big stuff. We have a lot of big people here today. We also have a gentleman who called my election successfully. He said, and Donald Trump will be the next president of the United States. Got a great voice. Brett Baer. Where's Brett Baer? Brett Baer. Where is he? And his son is with him, Paul. Paul's a very good golfer, so is Brett. Thank you, Brett. He's doing an interview with me right after the... Oh, is that Paul? Stand up, Paul. Paul, did we easily in golf? Tell me, huh? That was easy, right? Ready, we'll do it again. Thank you very much, Paul. You look great. Also, I want to thank your two great senators, Ashley Moody and Rick Scott. And, you know, I just left them. Believe it or not, I had a meeting with all the senators this morning. I gave them my vision because, frankly, it's always nice to have good vision. And they are two terrific senators, and they're in Washington working hard, and they were going to come. And I said, do me a favor, stay back and work on the things you're working on. They're working on really things. And Ashley is in the election. Rick just won his election. They're two great senators that you have right here in Florida. So that's really good. And they're working to make America great again. So I said, stay back in Washington. Together with many of the people here today, we've achieved more in 9 months than most administrations achieve in 8 years. It's true. We've really done a lot. We inherited the worst border in history, and within a matter of weeks, we turned it into the strongest border anywhere in the world, and they have some pretty strong borders, but we have literally no people coming through. They do come in. They come in legally. You know, we want people to come in. We want to make it real easy for them, actually, but they come in legally. So you have to know that. We just don't want criminals coming in. We don't want people from prisons. We don't want prisons dumped into our country like Venezuela did. They emptied their prisons into our country. We don't want that, right? For months in a row, 0 illegal aliens have been admitted into the United States. 0. They actually announced it. This is an official 0. Remember when Biden said, I have no control over the border? Millions of people pouring through, not people that you could look at them, not that we discriminate. You could look at them and say, these are not going to be perfect for our country. They were rough people that they let in. They had 11,888 murderers, 50% of which murdered more than one people. We don't want them. We're getting a lot of them out. Hopefully, we're going to soon have all of them the hell out of here. Either out of here or we have to put them in jail because they're so dangerous. Some are so dangerous, we don't want to bring them out. We'll just make sure they never come back in. But this is what they were putting in our country, and it's a disgrace. On day one, I signed an executive order to designate the drug cartels as foreign terrorist organizations. We had a big, strong, positive number come out just recently. The drugs coming into our country are way down. I'll tell you where they're really way down is drugs coming in through water. People are saying, no thanks. I don't think I want to ride in that boat today, please. We want you to take these drugs into the United States. You know what? I think I'll take a pass, sir. The drugs coming in by border are not much. Every boat that we hit kills, think of this, if it gets through, kills 25,000 Americans plus, but 25,000 Americans. Every time we hit a boat, we save 25,000 lives. Got to look at it that way. And we're arresting and removing thousands and thousands of dangerous gang members, MS-13, Tren de Aragua, all these gang members are being thrown the hell out of our country. And if you look at Washington, D.C., it's now a safe community. We're in Memphis now, and within 2 weeks, all of a sudden, it's like a safe community. It's really made unbelievable progress. And we're blowing up cartel terrorists. We're blowing them up linked to the Maduro regime in Venezuela and others. Look, it's not just Venezuela. But a lot of things are coming in. Look, Venezuela emptied their prisons into our country. Nobody wants that. They emptied their prisons into our country. We're liberating our cities from the scourge of violent crime, making our country safe and beautiful again. We're starting in our capital, Washington, D.C., which right now you can walk through the middle of Washington. You have no problem. 6 months ago, that wasn't the case. 1 year ago, it was a disaster. But law enforcement, our military has done an incredible job, actually. It's a safe, very, very safe city again. And it's been beautified. We're putting new medians in. We're covering the roads with nice, clean, beautiful asphalt. We're redoing the grass in the parks. It's really becoming beautiful again, and it's safe. We don't get calls that, think of it, call to the parents, your son, sir, has been killed. He came to see the Lincoln Memorial, and he's dead. No, that's not happening anymore. We run it tough. We run it very tough. Sometimes you have to be a little tough to get rid of. These are thugs. These are bad people. We're bringing them the hell out of our country where they came from. We renamed the Department of Defense to the Department of War. And well, if you think about it, after the Second World War, they changed it to defense, right? So we won the First World War. We won the Second World War. We won everything in between and everything before. Never lost a war. We still don't lose wars. Sometimes we don't fight to win. You know, we'll stay around the country for 15 years, just bomb the hell out of everybody, make everybody miserable. Nobody knows why we're there, you know, the wars that never end. But we made it clear that the days of political correctness in our military, they're over. We don't want to get into wars. I rebuilt the military. We have the strongest military by far in the world. We make the best equipment, the best missiles, the best rockets, the best everything. We redid our nuclear. We're the #1 nuclear power, which I hate to admit because it's so horrible. It's such a horrible situation if it ever has to be used. Russia's second. China's a distant third, but they'll catch us within 4 or 5 years. They want to catch us, and they'll be able to catch us. And we're maybe working on a plan to denuclearize the three of us, so we'll see if that works. But we have the strongest military anywhere in the world by far. We're investing $1 trillion in the United States Armed Forces this year. It's the biggest amount we've ever invested, and the spirit of service members is soaring like never before. We used to have recruiting shortages a year ago. You remember, you couldn't get people to join our military all around the world. You couldn't get them to rejoin. You just couldn't, no matter what you do. That we were way short. Now you can't get into our military. The waiting list, you have waiting lists to get into our military because we have spirit in our country. And all around the world, America is making peace, and we're really making peace through strength because they know they're not going to mess around with us. Nobody's going to mess around with us. You saw what happened. We made a deal with China last week, and we made a deal with Japan last week. We made a deal with Malaysia. They helped us so much. All great economic deals, all great. Great for everybody. In 8 months, I ended 8 wars, including Kosovo and Serbia, the Congo and Rwanda. That was going on for a long time. Pakistan and India. You know, I was in the midst of a trade deal with both of them. And then I read on the front page of a certain newspaper, I said, I don't know, mention the newspaper because it's usually fake news, but I heard they're going to war. 7 planes were shot down. An 8th was really badly wounded, but 8 planes were shot down essentially. And I said, this is war. And they were going at it. And they're 2 nuclear nations. I said, I'm not going to make any trade deals with you guys unless you agree to peace. No way, this has nothing to do. I said, it has everything to do. Your nuclear powers I'm not trading with you. We're not making any deals with you if you're at war with each other. A day later, I get a call. We've made peace. They stopped. I said, thank you, let's trade. Isn't that great? Tariffs did that. You know what? Tariffs. Without tariffs, that would have never happened. Israel and Iran, Egypt and Ethiopia, Armenia and Azerbaijan, and Cambodia and Thailand. All of them were in war, starting war. Some of the wars were 32 years old. One was 38 years old. Amazing. They tried to, President Putin, I spoke to him 2 weeks ago, and he said, on the one, he said, we've been trying to settle that war for 10 years. We weren't able to do it. You got to settle. I got some of these things settled in an hour. No help from the United Nations at all. The only thing I got from them was a blank teleprompter. Remember I went up there, Princess? Ladies and gentlemen, on behalf of the United States of America, President Donald J. Trump, I'm looking at the teleprompters, and I have all my friends, including your family, sitting out there, 158 leaders, some in beautiful silk white robes, others in bad shirts, bad ties, and some in beautiful shirts and ties. But they're all the leaders, 158 leaders. And they're saying, President, and I'm walking up to the President Donald J. Trump, and I'm looking at the teleprompter, stone cold blank. They did it on purpose. And I think I gave my best speech. That's what I was told. But it still wasn't a great feeling. I'm walking up very slowly. You know, I'm 20 feet. I'm trying to walk slowly because I see it's not working. They're dead. They did it on purpose. But it worked out okay. Not great people. Most important of all, for 4 weeks ago, and this is very important, we brokered the historic peace deal that ended the war in Gaza. And it's a serious end, too. You know, I read a lot of people, oh, it's very tenuous. Jared and Steve, I don't think it's tenuous. Do you? I hope it isn't, because otherwise I'll have to cross it off. I'll have to say only ended 7. But that was a tough one, right? That was a tough one. But there's nothing tenuous about it. It's a serious end. Gaza has been a disaster for so many years, and I think it's an end. I think you're going to see some tremendous things happening. We just had a meeting just before I got up, and some great things are happening. And with Israel and peace in the Middle East, it's amazing, actually, what they've done. And what you two guys have done have been incredible. On day 1 of my administration, I signed an executive order to slash federal funding for any school that pushes critical race theory or transgender insanity on our youth. And we completely banned the chemical and surgical mutilation of our children. Think of that. Can you imagine somebody 15 years ago saying we stopped the surgical mutilation of our children? We stopped the chemical mutilation of our children. Can you imagine that? They would have said, this guy's crazy. And now you're saying thank you very much because you know it's true. How about this one? We got men out of women's sports. It's over. It's over. Men out of women's sports. They had a race the other day, long distance, I don't know what the hell, a race, one of these all-day races. They had the top women, the top men. The man won by 5 hours and 18 seconds, okay? What the hell? How about the weightlifting? 218 pounds by a woman. That's a lot to lift over your head, Rima. I don't know if you might be able to do it. 218 pounds or whatever was the record. A man beat the record by 100 pounds. It stood for like 17 years or something. A man beat the record by 100 pounds. He was a failed male weightlifter, but as a female, he did very well. That's a record that won't. This is a thing that stood. They'd put a quarter of an ounce and a quarter of an ounce on each head. 18 years the record stood. Then a guy comes along, ping, ping. This is these people are crazy. And Mandami, whatever the hell his name is in New York. No. He thinks it's wonderful to have men playing in women's sports. The swimming's good too, you know? You know the story? Records are being beaten by numbers that nobody's ever seen, nobody ever thought possible. But a lot of those records are being changed back to where they should be. And I made it the official policy of the United States government that there are only two genders, male and female. And we're restoring the name of a great president, William McKinley, to Mount McKinley, the beautiful Alaska mountain I renamed. Think of that. They took the name of McKinley. He was a great president. He was assassinated. He was a great president for tariffs. He was the tariff king, and he made our country very rich. And then Teddy Roosevelt spent the money on the Panama Canal and many other things. And everyone thinks Teddy was a great president. He was. But the one who built all that money was McKinley. So we renamed the mountain back to Mount McKinley. Is that okay? I think so. You know, I'll tell you what, who's happy about that is the great state of Ohio. He was governor of Ohio and became president, did a great job, made the country very rich. He was killed. Mount McKinley was named, and then the name was taken off. And we put it back on. And I renamed the Gulf of Mexico to the Gulf of America. That was an easy one. That was an easy one, Johnny. That was easy. You know, I looked, we have 92% of the shore. I used to say when I was a child, I'd say, how come it's called the Gulf of Mexico? It's mostly America. You know, all the way, it wraps around Florida, all the way up. It's 92% of the shoreline. I said, I think to me it's the Gulf of America. Little did I know I'd have the chance to do it. I did it very quickly. For years, our country was run by radical scoundrels and far-left bureaucrats who created one catastrophe after another, wrecking our economy, erasing our borders, and surrendering America's election. I'm thrilled to say America's back, bigger, better, stronger than ever. And in conclusion, jobs are returning, businesses are booming, and America is respected again, perhaps like never before. Our country is respected again like never. They were laughing at our country. We had a guy who couldn't walk up a flight of stairs, kept falling. It's very embarrassing. You know, at Air Force One, I go, sir, would you like the short stairs or the long? I said, give me the long every single time, please. The short ones, they call them the children's stairs. I don't want the children's stairs. Doesn't look so good coming out of the children's stairs. Now, if the weather's bad, it's okay, right? If you don't mind. But the communists, Marxists, socialists, and globalists had their chance, and they delivered nothing but disaster. And now let's see how a communist does in New York. We're going to see how that works out. And we'll help them. We'll help them. We want New York to be successful. We'll help them a little bit, maybe. For all of these failed and discredited, really discredited, if you think, ideologies of the past, their day is over, their grip is broken, and their time is absolutely done. The golden age of America has begun. And we are just getting started. It's a golden age like you've never seen before. From the steel mills of Pittsburgh to the oil wells of Houston, from the car plants of Detroit, and those car plants are pouring into our country, to the coal mines of West Virginia. Those coal mines are opening up one after another. Clean, beautiful coal. You're not allowed to use the word coal unless you say, in my administration, unless you use two words before it. Clean and beautiful. Biden would say, unless you use two words before it, here you go, clean. He said, what happened to the other word? Remember those things? He'd say three words and mean two. But the West Virginia mines are doing unbelievable now. Wyoming is doing unbelievable. It's clean, beautiful coal. And from the bright lights of Las Vegas to right here in beautiful Miami, America is proud. America is confident. America is growing and successful. America is a great nation again. We're a great nation again. It's happened faster than I thought. I'll be honest. Again, we're respected by everybody. We are really, you see the way I get treated. I get treated that way. I guess a little has to do with me, but a lot has to do with the fact that I'm representing this country. America is respected again. America is a great nation again. The American dream is surging back to life, and we will never let the American dream die. Together we will make our country stronger, richer, safer, freer, and greater than ever before. And every day my administration will fight, 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 and America will win, win, win. I want to thank you, Miami. I want to thank you, Mr. Mayor. I want to thank everybody for being here. God bless you, and God bless America. Thank you very much. Thank you, everybody. Thank you. Thank you.
Order, the motion to reconsider is considered made and laid upon the table, and the President will be immediately notified of the Senate's action.
Mr. President.
The Senator from Louisiana.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, I ask unanimous consent to resume legislative session.
Without objection.
Mr. President, I'm going to be uncharacteristically brief. Tomorrow I will be bringing two bills before the Senate. They both have to do with the shutdown and Congressional Bay. The first bill is the No Shutdown Paychecks Act. The second bill is the Withhold Member Pay During Shutdowns Act. The first bill would provide that as long as we're shut down, and I'll explain why in a moment, as long as we're shut down, no member of Congress can be paid. And the money will not be reimbursed at a later date or repaid at a later date. The second bill, to address any 27th Amendment concerns, will say during the shutdown, members of Congress will not receive their pay, but their pay will be escrowed and they will receive it after the government is opened back up. Look, we're in day 36. Like you, Mr. President, I've heard a lot of rumors about we're that close to reaching an agreement. We've been that close for a week. Frankly, I hope I'm wrong in saying this, but I don't think we're really that close. I wish we were, and I hope we are. Be in the shutdown a while longer. That doesn't give me any joy. In the meantime, none of our staffs are being paid. No federal employees are being paid. I got some numbers in this morning that federal workers have had to borrow $365 million so far during this 36-day shutdown in order just to pay their rent. Our military is only being paid partially. Our air traffic controllers are not being paid. People who receive SNAP payments are only being partially paid. I don't think anybody wants to see anybody go hungry in America. And that's not a partisan statement. I think that's a bipartisan statement. There's precedent for this, Mr. President. Some may say, well, this violates the 27th Amendment. I don't think that's offering two different flavors of bills. But in 2013, President Obama did the same thing that I'm doing now. They were in a shutdown, and President Obama supported legislation that said, if you don't open up this certain day, you'll lose your paychecks. And guess what? Members of Congress had an epiphany, and they found religion. They had a Damascene moment, and they opened up government. And that's all this bill will do. I'm not trying to grandstand. I wasn't going to bring this bill. When I got back here Monday, I heard all the rumors like everybody else that we were close. And I hope we are close, but we're not close enough. And so I'll offer these bills tomorrow, and people can vote yay or they can vote nay. But what's good for the goose is good for the gander. Thank you, Mr. President. I yield to my friend, Senator Blumenthal, if that's appropriate. I don't yield, Mr. President. Mr. President, I suggest the absence of a quorum.
Ms. Alsobrooks.
The senator from Connecticut.
I appreciate the senator from
Where the Senate is in
Louisiana.
a roll call.
I would
Quorum
ask
call.
that the quorum call be vitiated.
Without objection.
I appreciate the senator from Louisiana yielding to me, and I'm here with Senator Padilla because we're leading a group of colleagues to talk on the floor of the Senate about a right of American people that was exercised in overwhelming numbers yesterday, the right to vote. And it was a enormously heartening and encouraging and inspiring example to us of good citizenship and interest in the electoral process. But we're here because the right to vote is increasingly under assault by this administration. Systematic, strategic, relentless assault by an administration that wants to discourage the exercise of that right to vote and to degrade the protections of it that many Americans take for granted because they are so ingrained in our system. What this administration has done overall in seeking to impound election equipment, collect voter information, and intrude on privacy and discourage election workers by creating fear and intimidation, not to mention dismantling the election protection mechanisms in the CISA and voting rights section of the Department of Justice, the cybersecurity infrastructure and security program. These kinds of measures create a real and present danger to our election process. And it began literally with President Trump pardoning the January 6th rioters. Remember, they not only assaulted the Capitol, but their purpose was to stop certification of a lawful transition of power that resulted from the vote. It was an effort to undermine the vote. In the face of many of these actions, we need to rely on the courts. They are the bulwark that in many instances will protect us. We are dependent on organizations that are willing to go to court, and we need to support them with resources. One example, on March 25th, 2025, President Trump issued an executive order, 14248. Among other things, it attempted to impose on the states new documentation requirements for mail-in voter registration and voting procedures. Just one example of this administration's assault on the right to vote. And it probably went under the radar so far as most public attention was concerned, but it was real, it was potentially destructive and damaging to the right to vote. And thankfully, Judge Kolar-Catelli of the United States District Court for the District of Columbia knew our laws well enough that she rightfully held that this executive order was so patently illegal, so flagrantly unlawful, and a blatant violation of our Constitution, carefully ruler who can.
And final results will come in the coming days. It's safe to say that thanks to the hardworking and unsung heroes known as election workers and volunteers across the country, these elections largely went off smoothly and successfully. Because of their work in states like Virginia and New Jersey, we saw record turnout. Because of their work in cities like New York, we saw the highest turnout there since 1969 in a municipal election. From a race for state Supreme Court justices in the state of Pennsylvania to a statewide proposition in my home state of California, Americans showed up in overwhelming numbers to say in one loud and clear voice that they've had enough. The question after an election is always, so what message did the voters say? What was the mandate when it comes to a high turnout election with larger than expected margins? The takeaway is this: enough of the Republican chaos, enough of the power grabs, enough of the corruption, and enough of Trump's billionaire assault on working families. That's the power of democracy. When we're able to send that type of a message, the people send that type of a message, that loud of a message, by exercising their right to vote. But even after the success of last night, let's also be clear about this. One free and fair election does not guarantee the next one. We have to fight to ensure future elections. We have to keep asking ourselves, what do we do now, between now and next November, to protect the next election? Because at this very moment, the president and his allies are doing everything they can to rig the rules of the game. The reality is that at some point over the last couple of months, the president came to a harsh realization. We've known his policies have been bad ones. We've known they've been harmful. He's figured out his policies are also now very unpopular. Prices on everything from groceries to housing to energy bills are going up. Healthcare premiums are spiking. SNAP benefits are being cut. Fine. For the class, things are just fine. Gave them the tax cut that they wanted, and somehow there's now funding for a ballroom. Americans, though, are fired up. They're angry at a president and a party that are looking out for themselves more than they're looking out for the country as a whole. but rather than change their policies that are causing such harm. Instead of changing their policies before the midterm elections, President Trump and Republicans would rather change the rules. And we have a responsibility to sound the alarm before it's too late. Let me revisit my home state of California, where voters came out in big numbers to pass Proposition 50 by a wide margin. Why? We're not celebrating a mid-decade redistricting. Proposition 50 passed because they've been waiting to respond to the madness. Because Donald Trump is the one who forced California's hand. In between trying to apply a little gold covering to every square inch of the White House that he can, that hasn't been demolished, and pardoning billionaire criminals, President Trump's been making some phone calls. So's the vice president. They called GOP state lawmakers to redraw congressional maps and to silence Democratic opposition. It began when President Trump called Texas Governor Greg Abbott and told him to find him 5 more Republican seats. When I first heard that, it sounded eerily similar to the call we all heard about from 2020 when President Trump called the Secretary of State of Georgia and demanded that he find him 11,000 more votes. When we knew what Texas was going to do, a midterm partisan redistricting, Californians knew right away that enough was enough. And that's what yesterday was all about, leveling the playing field. And by the way, at any moment, Republicans can actually end this redistricting arms race altogether, because there's more than just chatter about Ohio and Florida and Indiana and Missouri and others. To end that arms race, I invite my Republican colleagues to join us in supporting true nationwide redistricting reform. And yes, we do have a bill to do just that. Independent redistricting, once every 10 years after the census, which is when it should be properly done. But no, Republicans would rather try to cling to power by changing the rules of the game. And it's why just yesterday, the White House issued yet another threat, this time a threat to issue another illegal executive order to ban mail-in voting. And it's why, as races are being called last night, and Trump knew things were going to go his way, that the president took to social media to demand Republicans kill the filibuster, to ban mail-in voting and other laws that are designed to keep our elections secure, but make it easier for eligible United States citizens to exercise their fundamental right to vote, to cast their ballot and have their ballot be counted. That is what we're up against. But wait, there's more. At the same time, the Trump Department of Justice has its hands full. Boy, do they. The Department of Justice has sent letters to at least 40 different states demanding information about their voter maintenance policies and practices. And they filed lawsuits against 8 states, and probably growing, including California, who have refused to hand over the personal, private information of voters. Kind of reminds me of a game that kids sometimes play. Heads I win, tails you lose. What the administration is saying is, you can give us your voter rolls so we can start systematic purging, or you can choose to protect voter information, but we'll see you in court, and we're going to claim voter fraud anyways. But wait, there's more. Donald Trump is also staffing up the White House with like-minded election deniers and conspiracy theorists, hinting at future actions that could disenfranchise even more voters. Of course, the president's been slandering places like California in our elections practices for years, and he did it once again just yesterday on Election Day. His words, not mine. The president lies and shouts fraud without a shred of evidence. He didn't wait till Election Day. He started prior to, because he knew he was going to lose. The White House restated its threat to issue a new, even more illegal executive order to ban mail-in voting, despite the fact that the president himself votes by mail. And on top of all these brazen efforts, they're laying the groundwork for the nuclear option once again. Think about what we've seen over just the last few months. Troops deployed domestically into cities in response to pretend rebellions that only exist in Donald Trump's mind. You know, going back to this Proposition 50 in California, I was there with the governor, other state leaders, when we first launched the effort. We held a rally to announce a new legal, democratic ballot initiative, small d democratic, because ultimately it was going to be up to the voters to decide. The day of that rally, the day of that kickoff, don't tell me it was a coincidence. Who shows up at the doors and the perimeter of this building? Armed Border Patrol agents to try to intimidate people coming in to participate in the kickoff and the announcement. Now, the election deniers and the administration have been lobbying for the White House to declare a fake national emergency to try to seize unconstitutional powers over our elections. So I raise all these examples as a shocking reminder of how quickly Donald Trump is moving to upend our free and fair elections. But the reality is, none of this should be surprising. I know it's not to me, because he's done it before. It's been 5 years since Donald Trump first tried to steal the 2020 election. And since then, he's only grown more extreme. We all agree it's important to protect the security and integrity of our elections. But even at a moment in history like this, I remind myself American democracy was here long before MAGA, and it'll be here long before MAGA Republicans are no longer in power. But it will not be by accident. Members of Congress can and must stand up to every one of Trump's unconstitutional power grabs over state election authority. I'm committed to doing my part. If the Trump White House tries to declare some fake national emergency to create a pretense for federal intervention, I will force a vote here in the Senate to stop it. But no matter what, that's what's most important. We need Americans to keep showing up each and every election and show up in overwhelming numbers, just as they did yesterday, just as they did for hundreds of years prior, and make clear that it will be the people and only the people who will determine the future of our democracy. Thank you, Mr. President. I yield the floor.
Mr. President,
The senator from Rhode Island.
I would have hoped that the basic operation of American democracy, and in particular the basic integrity of America's elections, would not be a topic that we would have to come to the Senate floor to worry about. But the character down the road in the Oval Office is making all sorts of threats to the cornerstone of America's democracy, our elections. I'll mention three. First, he nonstop lies about rigged elections. He can't bear to face the fact that Joe Biden beat him by millions of votes fair and square, and so he invented a story of rigged elections. Well, as has repeatedly been shown, if any election has been rigged recently, it was Donald Trump's first election, where study after study, report after report, showed that Russia had been messing around in that election, using covert influence operations to influence American voters and steer them towards their favorite, Donald Trump. But the lying about rigged elections is a bit of a warning sign, because the other thing we've learned about Trump is that his accusations tend to be actual confessions. The bad stuff that he intends to do, he announces by accusing others of doing the same thing. So when people notice the mischief that he's up to, he says, well, everybody does it. That doesn't make it anything other than a lie. Then, he has been out bullying Republican states to try to get him more seats in Congress by doing mid-season gerrymandering of their states. This succeeded, kind of, in Texas. When I say it succeeded kind of, it succeeded in the sense that they got the gerrymandered districts. But here's the rub. When you gerrymander more Republican districts into a state, you make the freeboard, the win ratio for each of those districts, a little bit less. And if yesterday was any message, Republicans need to worry about a wave election washing away Trump's poison and nonsense. In a wave election, those gerrymandered districts that you thought you'd moved into the Republican column could get sunk in the wave. In particular, we've already seen from yesterday's results, more analysis will follow, but that it looks like Latino voters, important in Texas, are abandoning Trump. So it may be that Texas's gerrymandering blows up in its face. And wouldn't that be a nice turnabout? Maybe that's what Republicans in Indiana were thinking when they refused to gerrymander their state. They might well be looking at Texas and saying, you know, voters in Texas might actually have cared more about electric bills, about their homeowners insurance crisis, about their cost of living, and wanted Texan legislators to do something about that instead of going off on a partisan gallivant to redistrict the state. And those voters might just hold those Republicans accountable for choosing as their priority to use gerrymandering so that politicians can choose their voters instead of paying attention to the voters who want help with costs, who want their homeowners insurance problem solved, who are concerned about their electric utility bills, and who are sick to death of what's happening with grocery costs. The third avenue of attack on elections by Trump is that he is modeling government election interference in front of our faces right now. When you send the National Guard into American cities, when you deploy masked, plainclothes, presumably ICE agents, to yank people off the street and fling them in unmarked vans and disappear them, you are getting people used to images that Americans are not used to. You are inoculating Americans against that kind of abuse of both military and law enforcement capabilities. So that when it's election day, and that kind of nonsense takes place around polling places to discourage voters, we've gotten used to it. So the lying, the constant lying about rigged elections, the bullying, the constant bullying to force state legislatures to gerrymander, even though that's not what their voters want, and the constant modeling of government interference in elections, all of that is a signal that we have to be on our guard to protect our democracy. It's by piece harder for certain people to vote who they don't want voting, and gerrymandering districts against the will of the public. People hate gerrymandering. Those three things have collectively done immense damage to our democracy, and those bad decisions are going to play out in this coming election. I'll close with a point about all three of those cases. The Citizens United case that let filthy, unlimited dark money pollute our elections. The Shelby case that tore down an essential element of the Voting Rights Act. And the Rucho case that allowed uncontrolled partisan gerrymandering. All three of them share a very important characteristic in common, and that is they hang on a false fact. To get where the court wanted to go, those Republican appointees had to make up a false fact that the decision hung on. In Citizens United, it was that all the unlimited money would be transparent. Well, we know that was false. Every $1 billion in dark money that falls into our elections proves that was false. In Shelby, it was that things had changed. You didn't need to worry about Southern legislatures trying to keep Democratic voters from showing up. But you saw that that was false because all those laws were immediately passed to suppress voters. And in the Rucho case, it was courts can't figure out gerrymandering stuff. It's just too complicated. But in fact, courts were figuring it out. It's not even that hard to figure out. The court just made up falsely that this was too hard. When a court is making up false facts to get to an outcome that it wants, that's not a sign of great integrity in those proceedings. So we have a lot to worry about, and we have more to worry about after yesterday, because last night showed that voters do not like what Trump and his Republican cohort here in the House and the Senate are doing to our country. This was a small wave, and with any luck, it is building to a bigger wave. And instead of adjusting to popular opinion, what we know they're going to do is to try to use even more tools to corrupt democracy, corrupt elections, and defeat our ability to have the American people decide who they want to lead them at the polls. That is the predicament we are in, and it requires us to be on high alert. I yield the floor.
The Democratic Whip.
Mr. President, I want to thank my friends, Senators Padilla and Blumenthal, for putting together this floor block. Yesterday was Election Day for many Americans. They stood at the ballot box and voted their conscience. But they weren't just voting for a candidate, they were voting for a vision of our nation. Will we continue to be that nation that stands for those powerful words carved over the entrance to the Supreme Court? Equal justice under law. Or will we allow MAGA politics and President Trump's assault on the rule of law to damage the democratic process that we hold so dear? Well, the American people certainly answered that question yesterday with resounding votes rejecting the Trump administration's disastrous policies. We know the right to vote is under attack from those who seek to undermine, in some cases deny, the very will of the American people, the heart of our democracy. There has been an effort for years to restrict access to the ballot under the false banner of, quote, election integrity, close quote. Under the Trump administration, this effort's being led by the very government entities that were created to protect the right to vote. This betrayal is deliberate. It is eroding the foundation of our democracy. Let me be clear. There is no longer a functioning federal entity actively safeguarding each American's right to vote, our most fundamental constitutional freedom. The Department of Justice's Civil Rights Division, once the defender of voting access for communities of color, those serving in the military, rural voters, people with disability, has been devastated by President Trump. Let me tell you a little anecdote. Last night I was in the grocery store on Capitol Hill buying a few things to eat. A woman came up to me and said she knew who I was, and she wanted to let me know what her situation was. She works in the Civil Rights Division of the Department of Justice, and she's furloughed at the present time. She said, do you know how many people are left in this Civil Rights Division, which once had almost 200 employees? 63. It's been devastated by Trump. Under the Trump administration's reimagined mission, aligned with MAGA politics and driven by the lie of widespread voter fraud, the Civil Rights Division voting section has abdicated its role in confronting the real and rising tide of disenfranchisement. Attorney General Pam Bondi removed the voting section's leadership team and ordered the dismissal of the section's active cause cases. The voting section is responsible for enforcing federal laws that were enacted to protect the right to vote, including the Voting Rights Act, the Civil Rights Act of 1964, Uniformed and Overseas Citizens Absentee Voting Act, the National Voter Registration Act, and the Help America Vote Act. The decision to gut this section by Attorney General Bondi and the White House will harm American voters and cause long-lasting damage. It is part of the Trump legacy. The Trump administration also ordered the Justice Department to monitor polling sites in California and New Jersey before yesterday's election at the request of Republican Party officials. While election monitoring is a crucial tool, deploying monitors on a partisan basis is outrageous. We know that voter fraud is extremely rare, extremely, but President Trump and Republicans continue to baselessly claim it is rampant, trying to suppress the vote. We must fight these dangerous attempts to restrict the right to vote and restore confidence in our democracy by ensuring that every eligible American has access to the ballot. That's why, in honor of my late friend and voting rights pioneer, Congressman John Lewis, I've been proud to introduce a bill that bears his name, the John R. Lewis Voting Rights Act Advancement Act, which would restore and strengthen the Voting Rights Act. It's been an honor to work with Senator Warnock of Georgia and Senator Leahy before him to lead this legislation as a former chair and now ranking member of the Judiciary Committee. I remain committed to seeing this bill signed into law. This legislation should be a no-brainer. The issue of access to the ballot used to enjoy overwhelming bipartisan support. Now it's been gamed and politicized by the MAGA bunch. But since the conservative majority in a divided 5-4 Supreme Court gutted the Voting Rights Act in 2013, Shelby County decision, this has become an increasingly partisan issue. Attacks on voting rights aren't happening in a vacuum. Across this country, Republican lawmakers and litigators are using every trick in the book to change the rules of the game in their favor and cling to power. Purging voter rolls, closing polling places, making it more difficult by restricting mail-in voting, undermining the Voting Rights Act, all for one purpose, to limit access to the ballot box. The Republicans actually believe we're a vote. They believe every eligible person should vote if you want a true democracy working. President Trump is hell-bent on continuing to undermine faith in our elections and attack the rule of law, whether by inciting a violent mob on January 6th with the Senate chamber to overturn the results of a free and fair election, or by demanding that blue states turn over reams of voter data to his administration. President Trump has led a long, coordinated campaign to suppress the vote in America. We now face a critical question. Will we sit idly by while Trump and MAGA Republicans steamroll the great American experiment, or will we cause some good and necessary trouble, as John Lewis once said, to save our democracy and our precious, almost sacred right to vote? If yesterday's election are any indication of how the American people feel about this administration, I'd say they're in for more, and you better get ready for more good trouble. I yield the floor.
Mr. President.
The senator from Virginia.
Mr. President, I appreciate the chance to rise today to talk about a success story in Virginia in the elections last night, but I'm going to take a little bit of a different tack than my colleagues, and I'm not going to talk about my pride and my friends who won elections. I'm instead going to talk about the turnout in the elections. Virginia has governor's races every 4 years, and we do them in an odd year cycle where the governor's race is the year following the presidential race. And this has been our practice for a very long time. And we can look at the turnout as the state has grown in population. We can look at the total turnout in a governor's race and get some sense for what is happening and how engaged our electorate is. Virginia has had a history in the past of significant obstacles to voting. My father-in-law fought in the submarine corps in the Pacific during World War II. And he came back to the state, and the first governor's race after he got back from World War II was in the late 1940s. And he noticed that the total turnout in that race represented almost single digits in terms of the eligible voter population. Virtually nobody voted. And my father-in-law, Lynn, who later became governor of Virginia, said, wait, I was in the Pacific fighting for democracy, and I come home to my home state, and virtually no one is even voting for governor? That led him to start a career in politics that eventually achieved him the distinction of being the first Republican ever popularly elected to be governor of Virginia in 1969. What was happening in Virginia in those days was poll taxes and literacy tests and other things that restricted people's ability to vote. And we've had a remarkable transformation under both Democratic and Republican leaders that has expanded the franchise and expanded participation. And what I want to stress very clearly is voting turnout, voting participation, making it easier to participate is not a partisan thing. It helps Republicans and it helps Democrats. And you can tell that by looking at the history of Virginia gubernatorial elections and seeing what happens when turnout goes up. Sometimes it's great for Democrats, sometimes it's great for Republicans. I'll give you an example, Mr. President. 4 years ago, in 2021, we had a race in Virginia, and Republicans swept all 3 statewide offices. Republicans elected Glenn Youngkin to be our governor, and he has now served the single 4-year term that Virginia grants to governors. We're the only state where you can't run for re-election. Virginia elected our first woman lieutenant governor, Republican Winsome Earl Sears, and she was also the first woman of color to hold a statewide office. And Virginia elected 4 years ago Jason Miyares. Mr. President, you and I were chatting about him earlier today, who is a Cuban American to be our Attorney General. Okay, why do I bring up that election from 4 years ago? I bring it up because it was notable in that the Republicans swept, but it was notable for another reason. The turnout in that race in 2021 was 25% higher than the turnout 4 years previously. It was the second largest jump in turnout between any governor's races in Virginia. And Mr. President, I'll say with a matter of pride, the first biggest jump was between my father-in-law's two governor's races in 1965 and 1969. He ran for governor as a Republican.